a quorum. Councilor Breyer is here, Councilor Hearn, Councilor Boyajian, and Vice President Weymouth. So we can start right on time. Mary, you're ready?
Yes.
Okay. I'm calling this meeting of the Barrington Town Council to order at 7 p.m. All members of the Town Council are present. We will dispense with the Pledge of Allegiance because we're all in different locations and I don't have a flag in this room. And I'm sure a lot of folks don't. I want to note that because of COVID, we're able to do this by Zoom, which means we're all in different places and we all have to kind of work together to get through this. The way it'll work is if there's a point where in the meeting where you want to be recognized, if you look down at your screen at the bottom, there's participants. And I think if you click on participants, is it? Do we have a raise hand? We might have a raise hand function. Okay. So raise your hand. If you can't do that, raise your hand physically, and I'll try and keep an eye on this. I have 3 screens, so I have to kind of jump back and forth. And we'll recognize you. And when I recognize you, then you'll be unmuted by our moderator. We have to do that because we're trying to protect against Zoom bombing, and we've had a little bit of trouble with that in the past. And Carolyn Joyce and Mary DeSisto have done a great job to protect us and protect this process from that, so it hasn't interfered so far with our ability to conduct these meetings. So with that said, I would ask our town manager, Jim Cunha, to take us through the announcements, please. Did we lose Jim? Oh, we may have lost Jim.
Let me try this again. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. I'm trying to get on my laptop. I'm working off my iPhone right now. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of quick announcements. For those of you that have been anticipating your motor vehicle tax bills, they have not been sent out. They will not be sent out until we have a state budget because we do not know what is going to happen with the tax phase-out. So instead of misbilling people and either having to abate their taxes or to return their rebuild their taxes, we are going to hold off, which likely means that we're either going to have 2 or 3 billings for motor vehicle taxes this fiscal year, depending on when we have a state budget. Mail ballots for the presidential general election, which is going to happen on Tuesday, November 3rd, can be obtained at vote.ri.gov. They must be received by Tuesday, October 13th by 4 p.m. in order to be valid. And everyone should be receiving an application in the mail from the Secretary of State's office. We're still looking for final inputs on the 2020 census. Barrington is doing great. We're the #1 municipality with over 70% participation. It'd be nice if we get closer to 100. So if you haven't done it, please take time. It literally takes 5 minutes. A couple of COVID reminders. The face mask requirement for all municipal buildings and commercial buildings in Barrington remains in effect. All businesses have been reopened with some restrictions, mainly from the state and the Department of Health. Basketball courts remain closed, and there's a 14-day quarantine requirement if you're traveling from a state that has greater than 5% positivity rate, and that can be found on the Department of Health website. On Tuesday, September 29th at 7 p.m., we'll have the Barrington Police Department use of force and community policing discussion. So that's Tuesday, the 29th at 7 p.m. We're coming up on quarterly tax payments. To prevent overcrowding in Town Hall, we're asking everyone to make their deposits in the drop box if they're going to drop it off at Town Hall. If someone has a problem and they need to come in and talk to the finance office, They just need to call ahead and set up an appointment, and you can do that from the parking lot. If there's no one else in there, they'll be glad to let you in and help you out. But the door's going to remain locked to keep from overcrowding the very small lobby area. And on opening registration on October 1st will be the Great Pumpkin Harvest Festival party, which is typically held at the town hall grounds. We'll be doing that virtually this year. Children under 13 can register by October 1st, and the first 125 can come by and pick up a pumpkin and a pumpkin decorating package. And there'll be a bunch of activities, online activities, contests, and activities for that Pumpkin Harvest Festival. That's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you, Jim. The next part of our agenda is what we call the consent agenda. Those are items that
Jacob has something to say, Mike. Jacob.
Oh, Jacob, please go ahead.
I just wanted to ask with the mail ballots, if you apply for and receive a mail ballot, can you bring that mail ballot into town hall and put it through the machine there? No. Okay. So to vote at town hall, you have to not request a mail ballot and just show up, fill out the form there, and submit it?
Right. So if somebody has applied for a mail ballot, they get it, and they want to come to the town hall because they want to put their ballot through the DS-200 during the, I call it the early emergency voting. They wouldn't get a ballot. They would have to have a provisional ballot. And that ballot will not go through the DS-200.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Hearn.
Thank you, President Carroll. Does that mean people can't just drop that ballot off at the town hall? There's no box or something set up at the town hall?
So let me explain. There will be a box.
Okay.
There's also the document drop box that's connected to finance, but there will be a mail ballot drop box. So you can request a mail ballot, have it sent, it will be sent to your home. You can either send it back through the USPS envelope that's provided, or you can give it to us and we will get it to the Board of Elections.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the announcements? Yes, Vice President Wayne.
There is no in-person at the early voting at town hall. I thought there was something about 2 weeks before.
Yes. May I answer that?
Yes.
So starting, so mail ballot applications have to be into either the Board of Elections or your local Board of Canvassers by October 13th by 4 o'clock. On October 14th, there will be early emergency voting. So people are welcome, if they did not fill out an application to receive a ballot at their home, they can come to the town hall and they will process their ballot through that early emergency procedure. So, you know, because we did not participate in a primary, I'm a little behind. I don't have that experience. It's going to be our first time, you know, participating this way. But people will be coming to the town hall, just like you would at the poll. You would register using that iPad that you've seen when you're at the polls. They'll hand you a ballot. You'll fill out the ballot, and then you will put it through. It's called the DS-200. You will put that through.
So that I think it's a little confusing because we're talking about two
different things.
There's the traditional way of voting that we've sort of become used to, where you go to your polling place, whether it be at the high school or the middle school or NAIT. That's one. The second way is that we have mail-in voting, and that is something where you can either mail it to the Board of Elections, or instead of mailing it, you can drop it in a drop box that will be available at Town Hall. and we as the town will get it to the Board of Elections. The third way of doing this is what we traditionally call, I mean, I think this is what it's called in the statute, emergency voting. And that is an in-person voting, as if you were going to your polling place. But instead of your polling place, you're going to the town hall where you're going to fill out the ballot just like you would at the polling place, and they'll run it through the machine just like you would at the polling place. So those are the three ways that you can vote in this election. Have I got that right, Mary?
That's correct.
Okay.
Exactly right.
Thank
It's a
you.
little confusing, so I'm sure we'll get through it. Any other questions on the announcements? Okay, seeing none.
TR.
Oh,
TR has a question.
Okay, TR, go ahead, please. Oh, and on.
Good evening. Hey, we received mail ballots the other day and we did not request them. So what are we doing on that aspect?
So you
that's
received
Go ahead.
you received a mail ballot application, correct?
I believe it's the whole thing to vote, but hold on, let me go double check.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we received that as well for all the voters in our house. And I think those are applications
That's correct.
to receive a ballot, a mail-in
That's
ballot.
correct. That's correct. That comes from the state of Nellie Gorbea sent them out.
Right. As we get closer, we should probably put something on the banner because it is a little confusing. It might be
Yes, you are correct. It is the application.
That's right. So
Thank
you can
you.
choose to fill that out and drop it off, and the ballot will come to your house, or you can choose to go to the poll on election day, your poll, or prior to election, starting October 14th, you can come to the town hall and do early voting or emergency voting.
Okay, great. Thanks, TR. I'm glad you asked that because I think other folks are going to be confused about that as well. Any other questions about the announcements? I'm not seeing anyone. Okay, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a series of actions that will be enacted by one motion. These are because they're typically not controversial. There won't be a separate discussion on these unless a council member or citizen so requests, and the request is for good cause, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. We would then vote on what's left of the consent agenda. Folks bring that apart, bring anything out of that, and then we'll go back into the individual ones that folks have pulled. So with that, I would like to pull the resignations, which is number 4, and just the police report, which is number 7. Does anyone else on the council first want to pull any portion? Councilor Breyer, please.
I would like to pull the minutes and the correspondence.
Okay. So this is just a suggestion, and it's totally up to you. We're going to be talking about the BLM flag and the blue flag at another part of the meeting. So I think we can talk about that correspondence then. But if you wanted to do it now, that's certainly your right.
So I have something related to the opposing flying back the blue flag that's not related to the content of the letters or the issue being discussed, but related to the package of information.
Okay. All right. So we'll pull the correspondence. Vice President Weymouth.
I'd like to pull the monthly reports, please.
Okay.
And you're pulling the resignations?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Councilor Boyajian, anything?
It was going to be reports and correspondence, but we have that covered.
Okay, and Councilor Hearn, anything other than what's been, okay. Anyone else who would like to pull any part of the agenda, the consent agenda? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. Okay, so we'll start by moving to accept the consent agenda as presented, with the exception of items 4, 6, 7, and 10. Do I have a motion to do so?
So moved.
Motion made by Vice President Weymouth. Is there a second?
Second?
Seconded by Councilor Breyer. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilor Boyajian.
Aye.
Councilor Breyer.
Aye.
And Councilor Hearn.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. The motion carries. Thank you. So the next, the first one that we pulled was the resignations, and I just want to take a minute on this because a lot of times we talk about the value of our volunteers, and I want to just point out a couple of things. First, Chris Leadham has resigned after years of service on the Board of Assessment Review. He's been a great asset for us, doing a very difficult job, and he'll be sorely missed, and we thank him for his service to the town. And also Robert Stewart, who's resigned from the Technical Review Committee. We thank him for his service. But I want to draw special attention to Mr. Robert Stillings, who's also served on the TRC. Mr. Stillings passed away in August. He lived in our town for 64 years, and he was the kind of person who felt it was his civic duty to give back. He was a commissioner on the Rhode Island State Building Commission for 9 years. He was a member of the Architectural Review Board for the Providence Preservation Society. And he was a member of our Barrington Technical Review Committee for 25 years. It's people like Bob Stillings who give so freely of their time and their talent to help our town operate so well. The TRC is a committee that really requires very specific expertise, and his role as an architect was critical for that. We're so grateful for his service to our town. On behalf of my colleagues on the town council and on behalf of the people of Barrington, I want to express our condolences to Bob's wife, Ann, and to his family and friends. Would anyone else like to talk about the resignations? Okay. The next one was accept the minutes. Do I hear a motion to accept the resignations as presented?
So moved.
Councilor Vice President Weymouth. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Hearn. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilor Boyajian.
Aye.
Councilor Breyer.
Aye.
And Councilor Hearn.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. The motion carries. We also pulled the minutes from July 27, and that was Councilor Breyer.
Yes, in the section, I missed the page, but where we're discussing the renewal of the emergency declaration, I had asked if there would be any changes in the executive order coming up expected, and there was expected to be no changes. I just wanted that reflected in the minutes.
I'm sorry, let me just find that part.
It's toward the end.
I think I can make a copy of that. Go to the Humphrey site and jobs scoring and report at the document. So it's out there. Yeah.
Okay.
I did not hear that. Who was speaking?
It was Jacob.
Oh, okay, Jacob. I'm sorry. Okay.
So on page, they're not, the pages aren't numbered. But what it says, Mary, currently it says, Mr. Carroll opened the public hearing for 2020-15 renewal of the ordinance declaration of emergency. Mr. Carroll asked if anyone in public wished to speak. Discussion ensued regarding the wearing of masks and to place a sign at playgrounds, use at your own risk. Councilor Breyer, I presume would like to add right after use at your own risk. What was that phrase?
Councilor Breyer asked if there were any expected changes to the executive order upon renewal, and Manager Cunha did not expect changes.
Do you have that, Mary?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else in the minutes?
That's it for me.
Okay.
That looks good. Excellent. Right there.
With that change, do I hear a motion to approve and accept the minutes as presented with that change?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Breyer, seconded by Councilor Hearn. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilor Boyajian.
Aye.
Councilor Breyer.
Aye.
Councilor Hearn.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. So the next item that we pulled was the monthly department reports, and I just wanted to, I pulled it just for a simple reason, not anything that was in the reports, but because we just got an email and I wanted to highlight this. We talk a lot about the professionalism of our police department, and I think this is a great example. An email that says, "Hi, I had to call Barrington Police Department tonight when a client, a teenage girl with autism, ran away from me. It was a scary situation for all of us because she'd never run this far from me before. I informed the dispatcher she had autism and wouldn't respond to verbal cues. The police showed up in what seemed like 1 minute. The officer who responded, I believe his name was Mark, and that's Mark Hattigan, was absolutely incredible with her. He blocked traffic and walked next to her while still maintaining a safe distance. He talked to her and let her walk to where she was planning on going. He never touched her. She would not have responded well to that. He was very respectful and caring towards her. I was very impressed by the level of training he had with people in this population. I hope every officer in your department has the same training. Please let him know that I'm extremely grateful that he was there and so well trained. He made a very stressful and scary situation so much better." I wanted to just bring that to everyone. We get emails like this fairly frequently, but this one I thought really highlighted the professionalism, the competence of our department. So I wanted to commend Chief and Officer Mark Hattigan for that. So thank you. That's the only reason I pulled the monthly reports. I think Vice President Weymouth, you wanted to pull the reports as well?
Yes, please. Pull the Department of Public Works.
Okay.
And to just announce that, which is something that I've maintained over the last several months, to make publicly known that 7 trees were removed and 0 trees were planted. And I'd also like to pull the HR report.
Okay.
I know that in our special meeting, this was brought up, but I think it's worthy of repeating on a regular meeting that as our HR director solicited applications for the DPW, the new DPW employees, that she received a letter from someone from the Korean American Association of Rhode Island. And I would just like to read this letter. "Hello, Marianne. My name is Suzanne. I currently serve as the controller of our organization, the Korean American Association of Rhode Island. We received your mailing for the general laborer position and we'll send it to our listserv. I just wanted to write you a quick note as a female and as a minority that I'm really impressed and thankful for your mailing. To my knowledge, you're the first ever to send a mailing like this to our organization, and I think it's brilliant. Thank you again. Bravo for the genius idea, and I hope someone from our network applies for the position. I think that's a real credit to Mary Ann's efforts to reach out for diversity in our municipal employees.
Yes.
So kudos, Mary Ann.
Anything else in the reports, Vice President Weymouth?
That's it.
Okay, Councilor Breyer, did you have anything in the reports? No. Was it Councilor Boyajin?
Yes, I did. I wanted to ask about the finance report.
Okay.
Kathy needs to be unmuted. Unmute herself. Kathy, my question about the finance report was on the revenue side. I know we're just in the beginning of the fiscal year. Can you hear me?
Mary, thank you, Mary. I was muted.
But I noticed that there's a lot of state revenue hanging out there, and we heard in the announcements about the car tax phase out and the uncertainty around that. And I just thought if you could walk us through, have we heard from the state about whether their shortfall in revenue is going to affect us? Particular concern about the car tax and the bump in the school bond payment this year, where that stands, whether we have any indication whether they're going to make good on that or whether any of it's at risk.
I can tell you where we stand currently. From the state's perspective, we have not heard anything in regards to what we're actually going to be receiving. As far as the public service tax, we budgeted $204,000 and received $201,000. So that was good. With the pilot program, they're giving us about 1/12 a month of what we received last year. And we budgeted $16,530 last year. So if everything stays the same, we'll get what we're budgeting. On the motor vehicles, they're also giving us 1/12 of what we were receiving prior year. Right now, that's the big question, what they're going to do. And we're holding on to wait to see what the state budget does. And unfortunately, if the state budget does anything with the phase out, it'll probably be the burden upon the taxpayer. There's probably about, right now, a difference of just over $500,000 between what was budgeted last year and what was budgeted in the current budget period. As far as the meals tax, for July and August, we received $13,500. And if we continue to receive that, that was for May and June because they're a couple months behind. We'll be within our budget by about $24,000. So hopefully next spring and early summer, if there's a vaccine and more people go out, hopefully we'll be able to close that gap. As far as the school state aid, I talked to the school business manager, and right now they're not making any adjustments at all in their budget based on any revenue speculations. They're just rolling right now with the appropriations that were approved at the financial town meeting. As far as the housing aid, I've been in conversation with RIDE, and they're telling me right now there's nothing to be worried about. I already requested $3,129,000 and received $3,129,000 of the $4 million that was budgeted. So we'll receive 20% more of the aid that we were supposed to receive for fiscal year FY21 in November, and we get about 80% in May. The $3 million that we received was the money that we were supposed to receive last year based on the immunization schedules that were put together when the school expected to finish their work after June 30th of last year. And then they signed off on the papers before. So the money became available during 1920 instead of 2021. So my finance advisor and me were on a conversation with Rybeck and Ride, and they agreed to do our immunization huge principal balance due in 2021.
Great, thank you. And does that 3 million, does that include the principal bump that we have this year or no?
The $3 million is the school housing aid, which will cover part of that. Yeah, $4 million. We have a $5 million principal and interest payment. $4,400,000 of it is the principal.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Steve, if I can just add, the two of the resolutions you'll see later in the meeting are directly addressing the CARES Act funding that the governor is holding back funds from municipalities and school departments and small businesses, waiting to see what the next stimulus act may look like. And our position, the Rhode Island League of Cities and Towns position, and my position is that the governor needs to open up her purse and take some of that money and start applying it to the municipalities, schools, and small businesses. And that's exactly what those resolutions will address.
Anything else in the reports, monthly department reports? Okay, not seeing anything. Do I have a motion to accept the monthly department reports as presented?
So moved.
Vice President Weymouth made the motion. Is there a second?
Second?
Councilor Breyer seconded. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilor Boyajian.
Aye.
Councilor Breyer.
Aye.
Councilor Hearn.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. The motion carries.
Okay.
Okay, so the last part that we pulled was correspondence, and I believe we had two folks. Councilor Boyajian, did you pull the correspondence as well?
I did, yes.
Okay, do you want to take us through that?
Yeah, I just wanted to note this letter. It's from Paula Diorio and John Garabedian about parking at a right-of-way to the water on Samoset Ave, and they've asked us to prohibit parking down there. And it occurred to me, I've seen some letters in the paper about parking near a right-of-way at Muscha, and ran into a situation only, I think it was last night, actually, parking at the end of 3rd Street, where I had to run back down to the beach. I knew I was blocking someone's driveway when I did it, but I forgot something to speak. And I thought it would be a good idea, with all the rights of way the Harbor Commission has identified, is if we could refer to the Harbor Commission and the police department to figure out, rather than take them one at a time like this letter would suggest, where can we have parking reasonably at these rights of way, and which ones can we not? All at the same time. It is a fair complaint that if you have a right of way to the water with no parking, it's not really useful to most people. And I remember that was part of the lawsuit with the Donis right of way back in 2009, 2008. So my recommendation would be that we ask the Harbor Commission to work with the police department and identify some available parking spots where we can, and then take up the no parking request once we have that.
I'm going to put that down as setting the agenda for the next meeting, so that we can address that, and certainly I think the police department can begin working on that, and if the Harbor Commission, when the Harbor Commission is here, they can put that on their agenda, but we can address that at our next meeting. Councilor Brown, did you have anything else, Councilor Boyajian?
No, that was it. Thanks, Mike.
Okay. Councilor Breyer.
Yes, so there are two. The first is the letter from Andy Saddleberger. And this is a letter saying how terrific Gene Bellum was, but also generally how terrific camp was. And I just wanted to echo that. My son was in the theater camp, and I know initially we weren't going to hold camp, but I think it went fantastically. There was no transmission of the virus during it, at least none that we know of. All reports are that everybody had a great time, and I really appreciate that the town was able to run it successfully. The other section was the letters opposing flying back the blue flag. And it's in that packet of documents. The first two are actually letters in support of it, not opposed to it. And the last letter in that packet is actually a listening project letter. And so I don't know how to address that now, but I guess when the minutes are filed and this is all remains available, of just that section of documents could just be distributed to the right categories. And with that, if there's nothing else, I'd move to approve.
Okay. Mike Ursillo, I believe that would qualify as a scrivener's error, wouldn't it?
So Leo said here, Leo stepped up, so it would be Leo, myself, Bob, Italiano.
Well, in any case, I think that's probably something that we could do either way, but we can, you're making a motion to acknowledge the correspondence as corrected. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? That's Councilor Breyer. Councilor Hearn is seconding. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilor Boyajian.
Aye.
Councilor Breyer.
Aye.
Councilor Hearn.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. The motion carries. So that finishes our consent agenda. Before we move on to the next item, I wanted to do two things. First, I wanted to, we are to have towards the end of the meeting, a public hearing on a number of ordinances. And one of those ordinances is 2020-18, an ordinance amendment to Chapter 119, Housing Standards. And it sounds to me like we are probably going to seek a continuance of that. I think that's because we can kind of go into that. But I wanted to bring that up now because in case somebody is waiting around the whole meeting to discuss that particular ordinance, I don't want them to, you're obviously welcome to stay and it should be a lively evening, but I think we should let you know that it's not likely to go. So unless there's any objection from the council, I'd like to open that public meeting now and then we can kind of hopefully address that quickly. So without objection, I'm not seeing any. I'm opening the public hearing into 2020-18, an ordinance amendment to Chapter 119, Housing Standards. Councilor Breyer, did you want to address this issue?
Well, so for now, the only thing I wanted to do at this meeting was change the name, if we can, and reintroduce for next month to have a hearing. But we had wanted the Housing Board of Trustees to review this ordinance and be able to make a recommendation. And when we introduced it at our special meeting, that still gave enough time for the Housing Board to do so, but they ended up not having a meeting last week as originally planned, and so they'll be discussing this next week. So if I can, I would like to, finding my note here, but edit the title of the ordinance to an ordinance prohibiting housing discrimination, and then striking the rest of it so it would not read following discrimination to regarding lawful source of income, because it's broader than just that one category. But aside from that, I thought leaving the rest of my rationale and discussion for when we have the full public hearing.
Okay, Mike Ursillo, hopefully you can unmute.
Yes, thank you.
Right.
I was able to finally unmute myself. Sorry about that. I'm wondering, Jacob, if we could do all of that at the continued hearing. You could do it this evening, but if you do it, you are going to have to take public comment on that edit this evening. So in essence, you will have to discuss it, vote on the amendment, etc. It just might be cleaner if we do it all at once at the hearing.
I'm fine waiting. I didn't want somebody to attend a whole meeting if that was kind of their only question or comment, and then find out we were planning to edit it anyway. But probably better than having two separate hearings.
Okay. And we understand that the housing board is meeting next week, so they should be able to get through this in advance of our October, is it 5? Our October 5th meeting. So Mike, if there's a motion to continue the public hearing, do we need to take public comment on this?
No, not on the motion to continue.
Okay. So Jacob, did you want to make that motion to continue to October 5?
Yes, I'll move to continue the public hearing on housing ordinance, or on ordinance
2020-18.
2020-18 and continue it on October 5th.
Okay, the motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Hearn. Any further discussion on the council? Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councillor Boyajian.
Aye.
Councillor Breyer.
Aye.
Councillor Hearn.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. Thank you. I wanted to get that up front so we didn't have somebody who was waiting around and then we got to that and just continued it. The other thing I wanted to bring up front was one of our resolutions. So without objection, I'd like to pull just one of the resolutions from item 18, and that's the resolution to honor Mark Stevens. And so is there any objection to that from the council? Okay. So we'll address that now. Councillor Boyajian heard about this, as I think some folks read about it, and wanted to really recognize this action. And so I will read the resolution and commendation of the town council. Whereas at midday, August 5th, 2020, a fire broke out at the Lake Avenue home of longtime residents Saulo and Estrella Costello, neither of whom was home at the time. And whereas at the time of the fire, the only occupant of the home was Casper, the Costello's beloved 9-year-old Labrador Retriever. And whereas Mark D. Stevens, an Eagle Scout and longtime neighbor of the Costellos, in his 60s, decided to show that his reputation as a great neighbor who can always be counted on for help is somewhat of an understatement. And whereas Mr. Stevens, seeing smoke coming from the Costellos' home while fire alarms were ringing and Casper was barking in an understandable panic, ran next door, removed the screen, and climbed through the window into the burning building. And whereas Mr. Stevens took Casper from the burning home to a neighbor, saving him from the smoke that was filling the building, and whereas crossing the threshold from bravery to heroism, Mr. Stevens ran back into the smoke-filled home 2 more times to extinguish the growing fire before it could cause catastrophic damage or spread to the point that would need to be extinguished through means that could have ruined the Costello's home. Now, therefore, be it resolved, with deep gratitude for the example set by this heroism, the Honorable Town Council of the Town of Barrington, State of Rhode Island, by virtue of the authority vested in it by the people and the dogs of Barrington, and on their behalf, does hereby commend Mark D. Stevens for his courage, his caring, and his showing in such a stark way what it truly means to be neighbors. And now I will, unless there is comment, I will seek a motion to pass this resolution.
So moved.
Councillor Weymouth makes the motion. Is there a second? Councillor Hearn makes the second. Vice President, is there any further discussion? Okay, Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councillor Boyajian.
Aye.
Councillor Breyer.
Aye.
Councillor Hearn.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. Mr. Stevens, I believe that you are on here. Hopefully, I saw you earlier. Want to thank you and commend your heroic action, and we will we have signed this commendation and we will be delivering it to you. So thank you, sir. And now we can move on to item 11, which is the Bristol County Water Authority monthly report for August. Is our chairman here? I'm not seeing him. Is there anyone here from Bristol County Water Authority? Okay. Seeing none, is there any question or comment on the report from the council? Okay. Seeing none, we can move on. Next item is to discuss and act on interviews and appointments. And the first is the Economic Development Commission. There is one vacancy for one full member. And I would ask first if Brian Baker is here. Mr. Baker, if you could be unmuted. There he is.
There we go.
Okay.
Good evening, President Carroll.
Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. And maybe you could tell us a little about yourself and what you hope to bring to the Economic Development Commission.
Sure, absolutely. First of all, thank you for having me here. I really appreciate the opportunity. I'm a new resident to Barrington. My wife and two children recently relocated here about a year ago from Portland, Oregon, actually Lake Oswego, Oregon, which is a suburb, very similar to Barrington. And we were attracted to Barrington just because of the people and the landscapes and the small town feel. I wrapped up a 17-year career at Nike developing footwear, and took a dream job at Hasbro making board games. So it was a pretty significant, both personal and professional transition for me. And we were just overwhelmed by the kindness and the community that we found here in Barrington. And just felt like, you know, it was a great opportunity to get involved with the town and hopefully bring a little bit of my experience in living in Lake Oswego, again, which had very, very similar characteristics to Barrington and a thriving kind of economic community with small businesses, restaurants, things like that. And so we've obviously weren't anticipating a global pandemic and everything else that's been going on in the world, but couldn't be happier about the decision we made as a family and just really excited to be here. So my hope is that I can bring some of the experience I've had working in a large corporations such as Nike and various, kind of business development, general management, and engineering roles. And now what I've been learning at Hasbro to the community and give back.
Great. Well, thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Great. Well, seeing none, I will thank you for your willingness to serve. We will be hearing from other candidates and we will hopefully be taking a vote today. So thank you, sir.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
The next candidate for this position on economic development is Douglas Cato. Can Mr. Cato's microphone be unmuted, please? Let me know when you are.
Yes, hi, Doug Cato.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can you tell us a little about yourself and what you hope to bring to the Economic Development Commission?
Yes. I've been a Barrington resident my whole life, pretty much my whole life. Presently at my current address for 21 years. A graduate of University of Rhode Island. Presently, I own my own business. I do auto and boat upholstery about 30 years now. Also a licensed real estate person in Rhode Island and Mass. And I'd like to bring my business experience to the town and contribute what I can.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Cato? Okay, seeing none. We will be voting on this, I think, today. So thank you for your willingness to serve, sir.
Thank you.
Next person is Kaz DiCarvello. Could we unmute Casdy Carvello?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Similar thanks to all of you for your time tonight. And just a very brief introduction about myself. I'm Cass DiCarvalho. Starting to put in some time in Barrington. My wife and our 2 kids have lived here for about 8 years now. I've got 2 kids in the school system. Spent my entire professional career in Rhode Island. I'm a 20-plus year business attorney. And previous to living in Barrington, we actually lived in Providence. We came here for the school system, like many people. Have since fallen in love with it. I would note in particular that my wife grew up and is a native of Martha's Vineyard, but prefers Barrington because it has all the advantages without having to deal with the ferry. So we're lifers at this point. We'll never leave. My briefly, iteration with the town of Barrington, aside from living here and being a tremendous fan of the community, previously, relatively soon after we moved here, I believe deeply in civic service, and I volunteered to sit on whatever committee the town would like to have me on. I was pleased to be involved with the ad hoc tax exemption committee, which I think, notwithstanding my involvement, did terrific work. All that I would add to that is, in addition to my 20-year career as a business attorney, technically doing mergers and acquisitions, but really outside general counsel for a couple hundred small businesses. I similarly served for multiple years on Providence Economic Development Commission since back in the early days of the Cicilline mayoral office. So I would be absolutely delighted to serve. I thank you for your time. I'll just say as a quick side note, I love that this is the kind of town that you get the kind of buy-in from folks like Mr. Cato, who have lived here their whole lives, and really new people like Mr. Baker coming in from really far away. I think that's fantastic.
Great. Well, thank you. Any questions from the council? Thank you, Mr. DiCarvello, for your willingness to serve as well. Next is Rebecca Fliquier. So is Rebecca there? We can unmute her. There you go.
Hi, yes, hello. Thank you for having me. I have lived in Barrington for 17 years and I graduated from Barrington High School. I went through all the school system here. I graduated from the high school in 2013, so I'll save you all the math. I'm 25 years old, but I'm very excited to be back in town, and I love this town. I've always wanted to move back here, and I'm excited to be back in town, and I would love to have the opportunity to give back to community. My very first job was for a small business in Barrington, and I think this is obviously a really tough time for small businesses, and I think we need to think creatively about how to make it work for businesses. We've seen some of our neighboring towns, you drive through Bristol and Warren, the towns have allowed restaurants to block off the streets and block off some parking so they can move outside. I think there's a lot of creative things that we can do, and I'd love to kind of share those ideas. For my day job, I actually work for Senator Whitehouse, working remotely out of his DC office. And I work on small business issues. So I meet with small business owners from around the state. I meet with the Rhode Island Hospitality Association. I've heard a lot about what we can do on the federal level, and we've helped some small businesses access resources. So I think there's a lot we can do too in terms of improving education and outreach to small businesses to make sure they know what resources are out there and how to apply for them. And one other experience I want to mention is in 2016, I did a fellowship also for the mayor of Providence, for Mayor Alorza, where I also similarly met with small businesses just to kind of see, what obstacles are in place. What can the city do to streamline application processes and zoning requirements and things like that for small businesses? And I actually convened about 60 small business owners at a forum, and we listened to them and heard their remarks. And so just kind of thinking through what questions to ask, I think was a really valuable exercise that I'd love to bring that experience to Barrington too. And the last thing I'll say is I actually think it is very valuable to have a young person's perspective in local government. I obviously, I was pretty recently, a young person in town, and folks my age in their mid-20s are moving back into town, and I think that would be a valuable perspective to bring to the Economic Development Commission as well.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions for Becca? Okay, seeing none, thank you, and thank you for your willingness to serve. Our next candidate is Mariana Silverbach. Is Ms. Silverbach? Can we unmute her?
All right, am I muted now?
Yes.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'm Mariana Silverbach, and I've moved to Barrington, fairly new to Barrington. I moved here. It's going to be 2 years in December. And I absolutely fell in love with the town. And I currently do serve on the planning board as well. And originally, I wanted to serve on the economic development board since I am a small business in town and one of the very few minority business in town. And I just want to say that I so appreciated being one of the last people to go and seeing Baker, welcome to town. Your experience sounds amazing. Douglas and Kaz, what a great work you guys seem to have done throughout your careers in Barrington and throughout. And Becca, I agree. We need new people, new blood to come and join those boards. And unfortunately, we're right now competing, but I appreciate you and your perspective so much. So I just wanted to, I have a lot of experience with business development. I also have an MBA. I am a new business in town dealing with all the COVID issues. And we actually had some growth and trying to figure out how to make the best and support other business throughout the East Bay and, making those connections. And I believe that would be a good addition to the board as well as all of my other colleagues there with my experience and understanding the perils of going through as a small business owner, especially a minority business owner in town. So I'd love to bring that perspective to the board as well.
Thank you.
My other suggestion would be maybe we do like a second board and put all of us in there. Alternate board.
Any questions from the council? Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for your willingness to serve. And our final candidate is Sierra Barter-Terry. Unmute Sierra, please. I'm not seeing. Oh, there. There you are. I think I've just unmuted you.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Sierra. I'm originally from Wisconsin, and you can hear that when I say I'm from Wisconsin. I moved here in 2005 to attend Johnson Wales University. I graduated in 2009 and decided to, start my career here in Rhode Island. I lived in Providence for about 10 years. During my time in Providence, I served on Mayor Lorza's Millennial Task Force, charged with making the city more millennial friendly. Then a few years ago, I moved to Warren, and I served on the Economic Development Board there. And about a year ago, my husband and I moved to Barrington. He is originally from Barrington. We live over on Rogers Avenue, and we just love the community here. Prior to, I currently work at AAA Northeast as a social media manager. And in 2012, I co-founded the Lady Project, which was an economic organization to connect, inspire, and showcase awesome women doing amazing things. We had over 2,000 members across 15 cities. We did sunset the organization in 2016, but throughout my time there, I learned so much, not only running a small business and a nonprofit, but also so much about our state, the small businesses that, really keep the state moving and really give a heart to it. So, I would love to bring in my marketing expertise. I have a degree in marketing communications, as well as my connections with other various business owners and my expertise in social media to bring that to the town of Barrington. And it's just been such a wonderful community. And in just a few weeks, we're celebrating our 1 year here. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, as has happened before, we have an embarrassment of riches, right? Vice President Weymouth.
I just wanted to say that as you were going to say, but also because there can only be one person appointed, and obviously this is all of you are so well qualified, and it's so encouraging to see the enthusiasm to be involved in this. And for those who are not appointed tonight, I would encourage you to attend the meetings and bring your creativity and bring your knowledge to add to the riches of that that board. It would be well served by your views. Just wanted to say that.
That's true. I should point out that, as with many of our boards, usually the only people who attend are the members of the boards. They're always publicly announced. We post our meetings, we post the agendas, and now that we're on Zoom, it's quite easy to attend those meetings. And I think it'd be great if people attended. Most of the time, it's really kind of informal until they make a motion. It tends to be sort of a freewheeling discussion for a lot of boards about things, and I think even folks who aren't on the board can contribute to that. So I would just echo that. This is really a tough call. We've got great candidates, and couldn't go wrong. I wish we could name them all. Does anyone on the council have anything they want to say?
I'd echo everything you said about being involved, even if you're not appointed, and that it's a very tough decision anytime we have more than one applicant for a vacancy, because usually we have a long list of well-qualified people. I did want to speak up about Cass DiCarvalho. I know him not only from the Tax Exemption Committee, where he was invaluable with, like the rest of the members, kind of a spine of steel about the whole thing, but a really calm voice all the time with a lot of reason. And I don't know him only from there. I know him professionally as well. And we're not on the same side of things, I will say. But he has, I will tell you from the cases we're involved in, deep experience dealing with small businesses that are in trouble, and has done a great job of righting the ship for some of these places. So I'd make a motion to appoint him.
Okay. A motion has been made. We don't have to second it just yet. Councillor Hearn wanted to be heard.
Yes, I just wanted to point out, in looking at the makeup of the commission, there's no women on the board. And I think it would be important to include a woman's voice on that board.
I thought we did have, maybe she's left it.
If I'm looking, I'm just pulled it up.
Okay. And I noticed, did you have anything else you wanted to say, Councillor Hearn?
I mean, they're all terrific, both the women and men. I mean, it is unbelievably talented group. I mean, I wish there were all those vacancies and we could just appoint them all.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do like the, young voice and kind of making our town a little bit more to, kind of getting the vibe that Warren and Bristol are so fortunate in having, kind of this hip scene in the dining and, just kind of a vibrant downtown. So, Rebecca, just with her sheer energy of youth, it appeals. So I'd nominate her.
Okay. So we have the nomination of Cass D. Carvello. But Jacob Breyer, next we have the nomination of Becca Fliquier, and Jacob wanted to be heard as well.
So I was about to second Steve's motion, but Councillor Hearn makes a good point. But one thing I did want to also note is, in addition to attending meetings, 2 of the 4 people currently running for council serve on the Economic Development Commission. And so there will be 1 or possibly 2 vacancies in November. And so I hope all 5, if maybe fewer than all 5, but hopefully all 5, who don't get appointed tonight will certainly consider attending, but keeping your hat in the ring for that time. I don't know if there's any other discussion or if anybody had anything else to add.
I did not, but Councillor Boyajian, you seconded the motion of Councillor Hearn for Becca. Is there a second for Councillor Boyajian's motion?
I just want to say that I think Jacob makes a really good point about the candidates that will be opening up positions on the board. So it's a really good opportunity.
Yes.
In the not too distant future.
Okay.
Mike, this is Mike Ursillo speaking. So technically on nominations for board members, we actually don't need a second.
Okay.
Just so you know, if someone doesn't get a second, that doesn't mean they can't be voted on.
Okay. Okay. So there's been the first motion was for Mr. D. Carvello. So we will conduct that vote. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Say that again?
Sorry. Mike Ursillo explains that we don't need a second, so we didn't need to second Steve Boyajian's motion or Cass D. Carvello, but he made the motion first. So I'm asking what your vote is as to Mr. D. Carvello. Do you vote?
I feel like I'm on a game show.
The Hollywood Squares.
Yeah, exactly. I think, unfortunately, I'm going to say nay.
Okay.
Hold out for Becca.
Okay. Councillor Boyajian.
Aye.
Okay. Councillor Breyer.
Aye.
Councillor Hearn.
Nay.
Okay, so there are, and I, although I think Mr. D. Carvello is fantastic, I would vote nay on that as well, because I would really love to see Becca in that. I would love to see Mr. D. Carvello on the commission in, let's say December would be, or it might be January when we can vote on that. So that motion does not carry. That carries that does not carry 2 to 3. So the next motion was Councillor Hearn's, and that was for Becca Fliquier. Any further discussion? Okay. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councillor Boyajian.
Aye.
Councillor Breyer.
Aye.
Councillor Hearn.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. The motion carries. Ms. Fliquier, welcome to the Economic Development Commission, and thank you for your willingness to serve. And thank you to everyone who applied. This is always a very difficult decision, and we hope that you will continue to remain involved in Barrington, and we will certainly keep your applications on. Whether you like it or not, we may be calling you for another position. So thank you all. Okay, so that completes the Economic Development Commission. We had one candidate for the Housing Board of Trustees, but that person has withdrawn. So the next is our Planning Board. There is one vacancy on our Planning Board, and we have Gregory Lucchini. Mr. Lucchini, we unmute him. Okay, here you are.
Hello.
Mr. Lucchini, thank you for coming in tonight, and please tell us about yourself and what you hope to bring to the Planning Board.
All right. Hello, and good evening, everyone. It's good to meet so many of my new neighbors, even if it is in the Hollywood Squares style of Zoom. I moved to Barrington in May. I purchased a home here on Chechpacasset Road, so right down by the beach. I'm having a wonderful time here so far. I moved here with my girlfriend who lives in the home as well. So we're very new to the town. Really haven't met many people yet, aside from our immediate neighbors. I'm sure a lot of the other new folks to town as well are having the same experience trying to meet people and fit in. I'm very interested in joining the planning board. I grew up in New England, just over the border in Massachusetts, so I'm very familiar with New England town meeting and town council style of governments. I've been presented to planning boards, presented to town boards, never actually sat on one today or yet. By profession, I'm an engineer, less civil engineer, more mechanical engineer. I work for a subsidiary of Johnson & Johnson designing medical devices, specifically spine and sports medicine implants. And work in the testing lab where I manage the quality system and the lab operations systems as well. I think that's about it. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Does anyone on the council have any questions for Mr. Lucchini? Okay. Well, thank you, sir, for your willingness to serve.
Thank you.
Would anyone like to make a motion? Vice President Weymouth.
I'll make a motion to appoint Gregory Lucchini to the planning board.
Okay.
As second alternate? Is that the?
Yes.
Second alternate, full member.
Second alternate.
Full member, yeah.
I'm sorry. That's Mary. Can you help us understand it? It says second alternate, full member. Is it an alternate or?
It's just a second alternate. That's it.
But it'd be as second alternate then.
Then I'd like to say to Mr. Lucchini that while he might not be able to vote on applications or on applications, he is expected to attend and participate in the discussions, and feel free to fully participate. And there will be times where you are asked to step up as a full member to vote. Thank you. Thank you for stepping up. It's great.
So the way that the alternates work is that if at every meeting that you attend, you will be able to be heard and enter the debate. But the alternates can only vote if there aren't a sufficient number of full members on there. We put the alternates on there because boards like the planning board are so important. We can't be missing a meeting if lots of things happen to folks. We're all volunteers. And if you miss that meeting, that could be really detrimental to somebody's project. So that's why we have alternates who step in to fill in and actually vote. So they help create that quorum and vote when necessary. So a motion has been made, and apparently we don't need to second it. So I would ask if anyone has any further discussion on this. Okay, seeing none. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councillor Boyajian.
Aye.
Councillor Breyer.
Aye.
Councillor Hearn.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. So the motion carries. Mr. Lucchini, thank you for your willingness to serve on the planning board, and we will be in touch with information on the next meeting. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is public comment. This is a 2-minute statement. This is for members of the public to speak regarding a topic that is not already on the agenda. If you'd like to speak, please indicate that you'd like to speak by raising your hand, either electronically or otherwise, and then state your name and address for the record. I see that TR has his hand raised. Yes, sir. You unmute him.
Good evening, Tom Rimashitis. I just want to go back. I did not realize that number 9 was part of the consent agenda on the fire department surplus.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Seeing since we're going to surplus and the town is getting a new ladder truck, I know that this old ladder needs quite a bit of work to it. I was wondering if instead of putting it in surplus, the town might be willing to donate it to a department way up in New Hampshire. I know for a fact that this department has very little equipment. Their closest ladder truck is approximately an hour away on a good day. So I know that we have donated used equipment in the past. I'm just wondering if this is something that we can think about and possibly donate to this department in New Hampshire.
What is the name of the department?
The name of the department is the Errol Fire Department, and they're up in Errol, New Hampshire, which is 3 miles from the Maine border, and it's the northern tip. If you go through Dixville Notch, you can get to it from there, or if you go up Route 2 along the Androscoggin River, it's about a 5-hour ride from here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, TR.
President Carroll, if I could, and I'll let Chief Bissett jump in, but we've had this discussion. We're not sure what we can get for it, maybe $50,000, but maybe it isn't worth it. And if we don't get any bids, and we talked about donating it, TR, I'd ask if that fire department has a requirement for a 75-foot ladder in a little town in New Hampshire. It sounds like a place that needs an engine more than it needs a ladder truck.
I'm your TR.
I'm muted? Yeah.
Yeah.
They have one engine. They scraped together some money to buy a tanker out of Mashpee, Mass for $7,000. The ladder would help them. They do have a lot of 2- and 3-story buildings in that area. The biggest problem now is that everybody is using metal roofs up there to help contain the snow and keep the snow load off the roofs, which makes it very difficult for them to access the roof and cut a hole so guys can go inside and search for victims or get to the fire, the base of the fire.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Chief's going to look to see if we can get a decent amount, maybe talk with the Errol Fire Department to see if they had interest, if we can't get bids. Does that make sense? Okay. TR, did you want to say something else? Yes. Can we unmute TR, please?
Yeah. All right. I just lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. If you go on all the used apparatus sites right now, there's hundreds of trucks that are still on there, probably from 6 or 7 months ago, ranging anywhere from $30,000 to $360,000. So I think the market for used trucks isn't as great as everybody thinks it is. And if I'm not mistaken, a frame job on that ladder truck would be quite expensive. I know, talking to the chief up there, they have a trucking company that's willing to help them fix and replace the frames, which is right down the road.
Okay, thank you. Looking to see if anyone else, I'm not seeing any electronic hands raised. Does anyone else want to be heard during this portion? Okay, hold on. I do not know who that is. I'm sorry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, my name is Adrienne Burke. The letters on there are for my business. I live at 25 Edwin Street. Thank you for hearing my public comment tonight, and thank you for this opportunity to join the town meeting. I haven't joined a meeting in a while. It was wonderful to see everybody speak. I've been having an interesting experience with a smoker recently that has been refusing to find a more distant location. I work at my home. I work at in a cottage studio that's very close to the paper road is considered a public access way and a public road, and the smoker is smoking on the public road. The concern is the distance from my studio. I work in an old cottage studio, and I work very close to the wall that's close to the paper road, and I can smell the smoke, the secondhand smoke, in my studio while I'm working. I have asthma, and I've had a recent pulmonology evaluation in January 2020. There are windows in my studio that I would open, but I'm not able to because of the smoker. I would like to request tonight for consideration for a confirmation of any ordinance that might define a certain amount of distance minimum from a business for smoking around a business, and also to request consideration for an ordinance for residential properties to help protect property owners, children, adults from secondhand smoke. I did send in a letter to Marie today that has been provided to the council. This letter is actually an email that I sent to the Rhode Island advocacy group that's called Live Smoke Free. The concerns and issues I've had have involved the police, they've involved the town manager and our neighbors. The neighbor where this smoker is either a guest or a renter has refused to provide a location on their private property for the smoker to smoke. And our neighbors nearby to my property are encouraging the smoker to smoke close to my property. So it's become a difficult issue to figure out, and I just would like to ask if it's possible for the next town meeting to consider any existing ordinances for businesses as a person who works at her home, and then also consider any possible new ordinances possibly for residential properties to help protect adults and children from secondhand smoke, requesting the consideration of a minimal distance of 25 feet from businesses if required or if requested, if there's a condition of a health concern or a condition of younger children. Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Burke. I know that Paul Dolcinos is asking to speak. Can we ask him to can we unmute Paul Dolcinos?
Hi, Mike. Yeah, I just want to make sure, are we going to talk about the flag proposal during this open comment, or is it an agenda item and they'll speak after that?
It's an agenda item later on.
Okay, so I'm good then. Just let me know when we have the ability to comment.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. So anyone else who, we will be talking about the flag policy, the Black Lives Matter flag, the Back the Blue flag. Those are later agenda items. Does anyone have anything other than those that they'd like to discuss? Okay. Seeing none, I think we can close the public comment and move on to item 13, discuss and act on the Adopt a Spot program. This is Vice President Weymouth's sent this in.
As liaison to conservation, they had a fairly recent application or ask from the Barrington Lions Club, who, and there is a very active Barrington Lions Club in town. And as I understand it, each Lions Club takes on and it can take on an issue, and Barrington's club wishes to take on issues to do with the environment. And they're a very enthusiastic group, and they are looking to adopt a spot to keep clean from trash. And as we've learned over the past months, litter and trash have been an increasing problem in Barrington. The DPW is having a difficult time keeping up with that. So I think businesses or organizations that wish to adopt a spot to keep clean should be encouraged. But because there were no guidelines for such a program, we asked the Conservation Commission to come up with those guidelines. And I believe there's a member of I believe Ted Myatt might be on here to answer questions about the guidelines, as well as Doreen, who is the president of the Barrington Lions Club, who brought the issue to our attention.
Thank you. And Mr. Myatt, you are unmuted.
Hello, thanks. So on behalf of the Conservation Commission, I just wanted to reach out and show our support for this plan. We've developed some guidance based on another community. So we feel like it's pretty solid guidance. There'd be a role for the Conservation Commission in helping to manage the process. We don't feel like there'd be a huge burden on the town to manage a complex process or anything like that. And so just wanted to join today to show the Conservation Commission's support for this effort, and really applaud the Lions Club for coming forward and being willing to take on this task in town.
Thank you. Anyone else want to be heard on this? So I would just point out, it sounds like what you're saying is that this would be, applications would be made to the Barrington Conservation Commission, and then the Barrington Conservation Commission would choose whether to approve the applications. Is that right?
Yeah, I think this would be done in concert with DPW. We've also talked to the ad hoc open space committee about identifying spaces. So we'd certainly have to work with other folks in town to identify spots. We felt that we would be able to help facilitate the oversight and then manage sites once they were adopted. Just manage them meaning checking in on them occasionally to make sure that the group that has been awarded the spot, so to speak, is following through.
Okay. Any other members of the council? Councilor Breyer, you look like you were going to say something.
Yes, I think the program sounds terrific. I think it's a great way to help keep public areas of town clean, well kept, kind of minimize or at least reduce the burden on DPW to do so. It seems, right away I thought of, adopt a mile on the highway type of thing. And that comes with a sign at a portion of highway. And so I wondered if there's any sort of recognition piece that was discussed or that might be part of this program, whether it's on a website or something, and if that's part of it.
That's a good question. We did discuss that at the Conservation Commission. That I don't think we finalized what our thoughts would be on that, but yes, I think there'd be a necessary thing to have some sort of recognition sign, whether that sign is paid for by the organization or paid for by the town. That was something that we would still need to, I think, figure out. But we were hoping that there'd be a way to, have some sort of signage to support the organization.
Jacob, if I can jump in, I would think that we would want the signage to be consistent and not overly burdensome. And so my recommendation would be we have a sign shop at DPW. We could come up with a standard design that, same font, same size lettering for every spot so they all look the same. And I think we can take that burden on for the assistance that these organizations are going to provide to the town.
Perfect.
Okay.
I would ask if Doreen would like to speak to this because they have chosen a spot and are hoping to begin their work quite quickly.
Okay.
Oh, can the town council hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. I'm Doreen Burgers. I'm the president of the Barrington Lions Club. And I want to thank first the Town Conservation Commission, since I had reached out to them initially, for bringing this forward. And you've been a great help, and also all members of the Town Council. We have looked at a number of spots in town that might be appropriate. One that is of interest to us right now is the Police Cove Park. It's very busy. It has cyclists that go through it. There are families enjoying the activities in the summer with the sprinklers. There are boaters there. So we think it is well used, appreciated, and like a lot of our public spaces could use some cleaning up now and then. So if we're allowed to go forward with this, that would be our first choice.
Well, that's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. I want to ask Mike Ursillo a question. Do we have discretion to reject an application for any reason? Here's what I'm thinking about. I'd love to have the Lions Club adopt a spot. Not so much if it's the Kit Kat Club. I don't know if it's restricted to Barrington, but we could have some organizations that we may not want to adopt a spot.
The answer is the council has the discretion to decide which organizations it would like to service on its property. So no question at all that you would have that discretion, yes.
Okay, that's really my one concern, because while we'd love to have participation from everyone in Barrington, and in fact, if someone wanted to adopt a spot who's outside of Barrington, that by itself wouldn't bother me, but I would want to make sure that we didn't have some inappropriate organization or one that we didn't feel we could support doing this. And
Mr. President, if I could, I think my suggestion would be that, the Conservation Commission that collects the applications and forwards them on to myself, for final approval. And if the Conservation Commission or myself feels that there's some questionable people wanting to do this, then I think we should take it to the council for their authority and approval. That's what I would prefer. Ted, I'm assuming that the Conservation Commission would have no problem with reviewing that.
May I say something?
Yes, Vice President.
Just to sort of piggyback on something that Jacob mentioned about Adopt-A-Mile, which I had not heard of. There are in the guidelines a set of safety guidelines, because especially the Lions group oftentimes bring in their family members and with children. And unfortunately, a lot of the worst spots, I can think of one. I live in West Barrington, and in order to go to Providence, I have to go around that turn off on 103. And I've noticed that there's somebody who thinks that that's a great dumping ground for about 40 Dunkin' Donuts coffee cups, which is really offensive, but at the same time, too risky to have, obviously, to have families and children or even adults actually to be cleaning up that area. So I was pleased with how the consideration that the Conservation Commission had in developing these guidelines. So what I'll do is I'll make a motion to authorize the Conservation Commission to establish and manage an Adopt-A-Spot program to support the beautification of town properties.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Boyajian. Further discussion?
Great idea.
I would like to add a couple of things to this, if I could. One is item 10 on that first page. The town will provide a sign to recognize the adopter. And then to follow up on what our town manager said, applications approved by the Conservation Commission will be forwarded to the town council for final approval, but the town council may delegate authority to the town manager. And that way we could get this done pretty quickly, but if the town manager thinks there's something that might be controversial, you could put it on our agenda, unless we just wanted to. The advantage of that is it can be done, an application can be taken care of very quickly. If we do it and we have us vote on it, it would usually have to wait at least 30 days to vote. So I think that delegating authority is one way to make sure that we're having a say in which organizations we think are appropriate for that. But at the same time, delegating authority gives us more speed. Any thoughts on that? I would ask Vice President Weymouth if she'd amend her motion to include that.
I'll agree to that amendment.
Okay. And Councillor Boyajian, would you agree to that for a second?
Yes.
Okay. And now further discussion on that proposal. Anyone? Okay. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councillor Boyajian, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councillor Breyer, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councillor Hearn, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. And Mary, I have language that I've written down. The town will provide a sign to the party adopting the spot, and applications approved by the Conservation Commission will be forwarded to the Town Council for final approval, and the Town Council may delegate authority. I can send that to you after if you didn't get. May delegate authority to the town manager. Okay. Thank you to the Conservation Commission. That's a great idea, and thank you to the Lions Club. We're looking forward to you working in Police Cove Park. That's fantastic.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And I think the Lions Club has already scheduled their first work day for this Saturday. So
that's good.
That's great.
We're not wasting any time.
That's good. So the next item on our agenda is item 14, discuss and act on changing boards, committees, and commissions reappointment policy. And this is Councilor Breyer's agenda item. Councilor Breyer.
Yes. So we had discussed this several months ago when I first requested to discontinue the practice of renewing expired terms without the opportunity for the members of the community to apply. And at that time, we had taken the view that if a person's willing to serve and has been attending the meetings, that the council could show its gratitude by renewing that appointment. And if I recall correctly, I didn't get a second on the motion to do that. But I'm proposing it again now in light of our collective new focus on diversity. It's my hope that the council will now see the benefit to the town of allowing the public to be aware of potential vacancies that are coming up, and to give people more opportunity to apply when a term is about to expire. Because it's still my view that the seats on boards and commissions really belong to the town, not to the person filling the seat at any given time. And so I would, no disrespect at all to anybody willing to volunteer and serve, but I do think we should have the opportunity to open it up. The public should have the opportunity to apply to serve. And so I wanted to resurface this discussion now.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and make that motion, and we can have discussion on it after it's made and seconded.
Okay, so I will move to adopt the Town of Barrington Boards and Commissions appointment policy as drafted.
Okay. And is there a second?
I'll second that for discussion.
I'll second it for discussion. Motion's been made and seconded. Now further discussion?
Oh, yes.
Yes, Vice President Wayman.
Jacob is absolutely right. The boards and commission appointments are an important responsibility of the town council. These volunteers actually help run the town. I have likened it to gears in a machine. Boards and commissions are the grease that allow the gears to keep turning efficiently. Because boards and commissions must operate under restrictive state laws that serve to protect the public, it also is the reason why government appears to be slow reacting to unexpected events and why actions to change take a long time. I think Barrington has over 20 boards and commissions, each with an average of 5 to 9 members, which is more than most towns, and why we can conduct town business with a skeletal crew of paid municipal town hall employees. Barrington is the only town, I believe, whose town council members liaison to multiple boards. Currently, I'm liaison to 6 boards and commissions, which all meet once a month, and I have always tried to attend those meetings. Over the years, I've developed a deep respect and appreciation for the volunteers' knowledge, dedication, and passion for the subject of whatever board or commission they serve. For example, each member of the Senior Services Board cares deeply for the well-being of our community's elderly citizens. They really are the unsung heroes of our town. Now let's look at Doug Matern, for example. Doug is the Conservation Commission's co-chair along with Ted Myatt, and has been a volunteer for longer than I've been on the council, which is 16 years. Doug is deeply committed to conservation, is an able, active, and passionate steward of the environment, and is really good at what he does for the town. So let's take Doug for an example. Jacob, say Doug's, I don't know if it's his 6th or 7th term, expires, say, for example, December 1st of this year. Can you please walk us through what he would do if he wished to be reappointed, along with, say, a couple of new people in town who want to get involved, who see that Doug's term expires and each decide to apply for his position? What do each of these 3 people do according to your proposal? And what does the town council do?
So in that example, with the expiration, I guess, did you say December 1st? So this would be an appointment made in January. So when the application period would come about, Doug Matern would indicate that he would like to remain on the Conservation Commission. And
how does he do that? Does he tell the Mary or the town clerk?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the potential vacancy is posted on the website just as all other vacancies are posted. And if people from the public wanted to apply, they would see that the person currently serving in the seat is seeking reappointment. And if they choose to apply, they can do so. And then at the January meeting, the council would choose to reappoint a person who has been extremely dedicated and provided invaluable service to town, or to appoint potentially new people. So this is not to say that at the expiration of a term, I'd encourage the council to tell somebody with experience and with passion to take a hike, but it gives the opportunity for people to apply. And at least the people applying would know that, well, the person, there is a maybe presumptive favorite, so that's their decision to make. But rather than not even allowing for the opportunity to exist, this would allow for people to offer why they could be good in the role.
Would, say there are 2 other applicants, would all 3 applicants, including Doug, be interviewed in January?
I would think that would be the best way to do it.
So Doug would be interviewed as well?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you may hear me say this more than once tonight, that while Barrington may have a lousy statewide cultural reputation, its municipal management and governance is envied by cities and towns across the state. The point of having boards and commissions is to be able to conduct necessary town business efficiently. And while enthusiasm and the willingness to engage is welcome, neither necessarily equates to efficient government. This board's and commission's appointment policy, in my view, will make the longtime volunteer feel unappreciated, whether or not he or she is reappointed. And if he or she is, will ultimately frustrate and discourage the new applicant, who will view it as a waste of time to have applied. And I know this because we tried it before and began to struggle to fill the boards. As to the other proposed changes, I would say this. I love the online form application because actually one of the applicants, I received a copy because I'm still old school and I prefer paper copies to dealing with the computer. And unfortunately, one of those, it may have been the young woman we appointed, Becca. I could not read her application form. So I think that's a great idea to have an online form that people could fill out and send in. I also love the volunteer opportunities page. Whether that exists now or not, I think it's a great idea. I'm assuming that it would be on the website, and I love the idea of posting it on social media. But I only love it for actual vacancies or to fill unexpired terms, which actually open up quite often. However, while listing the vacancies before each meeting might be okay, as proposed here, to list all upcoming terms about to expire would add additional lengths to our monthly meetings, which are already too long. If you recall, our July 27th meeting started at 6 p.m. and went until 12:30 in the morning. That is frankly insane. We all begin to be brain dead around 9:30, and much beyond 10:30 at night is an unproductive waste of everyone's time, in my opinion. My final point is with the proposal to change filling unexpired terms with a full term, resulting in a new term end date. I would argue that with well over 100 volunteers, eventually, each potentially having a different term end date, it would become a logistical nightmare, adding unnecessarily to the clerk's already heavy load. And while I appreciate the time and effort that went into this proposal, I view it as a very detailed solution to a problem that does not exist. Therefore, I will vote against this proposal. However, what I might recommend is that with a new council for the first round of expiring terms, that the reappointed members be invited to attend a council meeting to introduce themselves and speak to how they feel their board or commission is functioning, if they have any recommendations, etc., which will help make them feel their volunteer status is valuable. I think it's critical and for a council to know who is helping them govern.
Thank you. Councilor Boyajian, did you want to be heard on this?
I did. I appreciate the context in which it's brought up about diversity on our committees, and I think that's important. I would only note that I think as we sit here, we have 6 vacancies, and I looked back at my tenure on the council, which is coming up on 4 years, and I think we filled about 36 seats that were vacant seats, and we would have filled more were it not for the fact that we had so many boards with vacancies over that term. I remember that the housing board couldn't get a quorum, and there were similar boards that were operating in that way. Like we didn't have the people to sit on them. I myself served on a board for just shy of, 8 years. I remember coming back for a re-interview. Kate, you mentioned that this is how it was done before. You'd come back for your interview to get reappointed. And one of the counselors, who's not on the council anymore, realized that when I served on the housing board, I took it seriously and actually thought we should have affordable housing in town. And so as a consequence of that, I got a nay vote because he disagreed with me. And I think one thing that's really important as a town council is that kind of like the Fed chair or the director of the FBI, that the term sort of extends beyond the term of the person that might hold an elective office. Because ultimately, I don't want people not to be reappointed because we disagree with them. Right? Those disagreements are important to us, and they get us better proposals from the committees. And it's the diversity of opinion that we get from that, saying, look, as long as you're being conscientious and you're showing up and you're doing your work, you can be reappointed. And ultimately, we still vote on the reappointments. It's not as if the seat is given to them. In any given month, we might have some of these on the consent agenda. And if we had a problem, in fact, I remember only a few years ago, we removed somebody from the board, which was a tough vote. And I said at that time, I want to understand why we're removing them, because I never want to remove someone because I disagree with them. I thought that would be wrong, right? We removed them because he wasn't acting properly at meetings, and that was when he attended, which was rarely. That combination of things, I think that's fine. But, you know, I look at some of the boards and the work they do, and it's work that's taken decades to get to where it is. And I think if we turn this into sort of a game of Survivor where they get, you know, are you going to be voted off the island tonight? Like Kate said, first, they're going to feel disrespected. Second, we're losing, really, because, you know, as much as they keep minutes and things like that, there is so much knowledge pent up in these people. And when they're gone, right? They say, I've had enough. You know, I went to the meeting to try to be reappointed. I got booted off the committee. You know, try picking up the phone and saying, well, can you do me a favor and educate all the remaining members of the committee who don't know what's been going on over the last 10 years? And we're in a tough spot because we've just lost a great resource. So I do appreciate, you know, the need for diversity on the committees. But like I said, as I sit here right now, we have 6 vacancies. Anyone who wanted to apply for them, you know, we'd be happy to hear you. And like we always see, like we saw tonight, we have great applicants. For the most part, you know, they get appointed. I know tonight was a rare exception where we had like 5 applicants for 1 seat. But I think, you know, it's working fine. And I think we're going to lose a lot by telling people, take a guy like, you know, Alan Klepper, you know, tell me why we keep appointing you to the Bristol County Water Authority. Well, it's because he does a great job. And when he comes up for reappointment, if he's not doing a great job, you know, we can always do the hard job of saying, we're not going to vote to approve you again. But that hasn't happened yet. So,
Councilor Hearn, did you want to be heard on this?
Yeah, I mean, I completely get where Jacob is coming from. It is the bread and butter of the way our government runs in Barrington. I think rather than, I mean, I'm a big believer in term limits, and if there was a way to weave term limits into this rather than kind of make, you know, just making 3 term, whatever, you know, 10 to 12 years on a committee and then forcing it to come up. But it's so hard to get volunteers. I think if we do a robust way of, you know, making sure that people know that there's openings on boards and commissions and really getting the word out to the, you know, town, I think that would help us in, you know, reaching a broader kind of perspective. But I do think that there's a learning curve in each one of these committees. And just my, you know, short time on the council, you really are trusting them to do the work. And if we don't have the people who are really committed to going to meetings every month and doing that work, I think our little local government will suffer. So as much as I completely get where you're coming from with this, Jacob, and, you know, applaud you for putting it forward, I just think that we're so dependent on volunteers to throw anything in that would be detrimental to us. So I would, you know, heartily approve making a robust drive to get people to apply. And certainly when we do have applicants, we really give a nod to, you know, a diverse platform. So I think that's kind of where I stand on it.
So I agree. I think with a couple of things. First, we have 6 or 7 vacancies right now. So that's fantastic. That's an opportunity for anyone who wants to do this to join a committee. Some of these committees require very specialized knowledge and very specialized skill set. I'm thinking of Mr. Stillings, who passed away and served for so long on the TRC. The Technical Review Committee is not a committee that I'm qualified to serve on. It's something that really requires someone with that kind of background, engineering or architecture. I think in the case of Chris Leadham, who we just lost from the Board of Assessment Review, the tax laws are complicated, and he's going to be a tough one to replace because we can't just put anyone on there. They have to both. That board doesn't only have to have great knowledge. There has to be a lot of compassion and understanding because people who come before there are often, that's where the public comes in and they're nervous and they're upset about their tax bills. And it takes a very special person in a lot of cases to respectfully say, I'm sorry, that's not a valid appeal or whatever it is. So because we have vacancies now, because we regularly, I don't know that it's not true necessarily of every meeting, but we appoint someone almost at every meeting. And as Councilor Boyajian said, we did it 36 times. Because of that, I don't think we have a need to make this change. So I will oppose it as well. Councilor Breyer, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing that using a legacy method is viewed as the right way simply because trying something different in the past didn't work. This isn't saying you're kicking off people who have experience. Certainly that experience would be a reason to reappoint them. We filled all of the spots. I think a meeting or two before we closed everything down because of the pandemic was the first time since I'd been on the council. There were no vacancies on any boards and commissions. We had as many people apply tonight for more than the number of total vacancies we have in town. I think if we, as a council, put in the effort to recruiting people, finding people to fill the vacancies is not that challenging, especially if people know that opportunities exist. But yeah, there's no need in talking about it more. It doesn't have the support.
Okay. Well, I would just disagree that it's a legacy so much as experience.
The system is a legacy.
I would disagree. I think the system is based on experience. It's not because someone's just been there. It's because they know what they're doing and they're good at it. That's my opinion.
The system itself is a legacy system, not the person's legacy who's in it. The method of reappointing is a legacy method.
Okay. It's not that old a legacy, though, because it used to be that we would interview people all the time. So it's 3 or 4, 5 years old, maybe. Any further discussion? Okay. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Oh, there's a hand raised.
I do not see that. Carolyn, can you unmute that person? Let's see. Oh, Mariana Silva Buck, please.
I'd just like to comment on that, and I agree with what Jacob is saying is in terms of the legacy, understandably that people continue on the boards because they are good at what they do, but it also limits the rest of us who are also good at what we do, who would like to serve. So having somebody there for 10 years, 15 years, don't give us a chance to also help in that capacity in the leadership position. Obviously, we can go on and do, our own groups and trying to then liaison with the council. But that does not allow us to be in those leadership positions when we are also probably just as good as somebody else is sitting on the council.
I just disagree because their chair positions are not determined by seniority; they're determined by the people on that committee. So someone who's very new to the committee could still become the chair, and that's happened. I've seen that happen. So it's not based on seniority, and oftentimes the folks who've been doing it a long time would like to be out of that position and let someone else be on it. But Tom Craig, we can unmute him there.
I would speak in opposition to the proposal from the perspective of a board chair. There's a long learning curve with respect to the zoning board, as I think members are aware, and we value every member. We had one resign earlier this year, and we will miss him. I don't know whether you've filled that slot yet, but it's historically been tough for us to get new members. Hopefully we'll have another opening at the end of after this meeting. And so I think we want to do everything we can to encourage members and make them basically feel that they're valued. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. And Paul Bilchinos. Paul, you can unmute him.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I have a little experience from working on the planning board from 2012 to 2017. I was on the Charter Commission from 2013 to 2014. And I think what this is once again, it's a solution in search of a problem. The boards, I've even seen it where the town council is accommodated. They've had really good applicants and they increase the number of members to the boards in order to increase participation. So I think just to pile on it, the hardest part is keeping, quality people engaged and supporting the boards and volunteering, because these are kind of like thankless positions in the sense that you're not getting paid, you're taking time out of your day. So I don't see, when you have 6 vacancies, I don't see this as an issue. And if it comes to a point where you have great candidates and you feel like you don't have enough slots, you could always open up the board and increase and create another seat. Pretty much all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Anyone else? I don't see anyone else.
No, I saw somebody. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's clear.
Okay. So, Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Nay.
Councilor Boyajian.
Just before I vote, because in light of the discussion, I'm not sure if there's confusion or not. We vote if we appoint people, right? This is not a seat that's given to them, and we can always vote no, not to reappoint somebody and create a vacancy thereby. So, I intend to vote no. I just don't want the public watching the meeting to imagine that these are, lifetime appointments by any stretch.
Okay. So Councilor Boyajian votes no. Councilor Breyer.
Aye.
Councilor Hearn.
No.
And I also vote no. The motion does not carry. It is 1-4. The next item on our agenda is, before we do that, the next item will be to discuss and act on the establishment of a committee focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. But it's 9 o'clock and we've been going 2 hours. I'd like to see if we can take just a 5-minute recess for folks to stretch their legs. I anticipate this will be a long meeting, so if we can we'll maybe make it a 10-minute recess. So at 9:18, we will resume. But we'll stay online here for everyone but we will resume our discussions at 9:18. Thank you. We'll begin in another minute or so. Okay, we are back from our recess. All members of the council are here. Thank you. We took a short break. Our next item on the agenda is to discuss and act on the establishment of a committee focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Actually, I think the actual proposal from Councilor Breyer is to create a committee that would create a committee. Councilor Breyer, why don't you take us through that, please?
Yes. So this is a committee I initially wanted to establish, I think, right around when I first joined the council, but was discouraged from taking it on right out of the gate. And I believe this to be a critical component of how we can move forward as a town with policies and programs to serve an increasingly diverse community, encourage people to feel included, and to provide equity and access and services to all who reside in Barrington. But in order to get this committee right in terms of how it would be composed and how it would function and interact as a committee, I think taking some time with the group to really be deliberate in researching how a committee like this can work for our town, and then proposing that to the council in, I believe, April. And I think that would really set it up better than we could just do as a council now.
Vice President Wayne, did you want to be heard on this?
I sure do.
Okay.
I have to give you a warning that I have many questions and many comments regarding this proposal. So please bear with me. You won't have to bear with me much longer, but tonight you're going to have to bear with me. Out of the gate, I'll say that if we were to endorse this proposal, it would be the first time in my tenure that the town council would form a committee to form a committee. Convening a committee charged with working towards a specific goal, which will enhance and improve the lives of Barrington residents, is part of our job as a town council. So it is unclear to me why we would delegate our authority to a group of individuals who were not elected, led by one member of the town council who was. There is a reason why the town elects 5 of us to do this job. Furthermore, if we were to endorse this proposal, it would be the first time ever that we would appoint members to act in specific roles. Jacob, it is curious to me that in the very same meeting that you proposed a policy which appears to be an effort to expand appointments to boards and commissions to include more of the public, that for this particular organizing committee, you're proposing to narrow the field of applicants. And I hesitate to say this given our past private exchanges, to do that by micromanaging the makeup of this committee. This puzzles me from the outset. So here are my questions. Back in the 90s, I was appointed by the school committee along with several others and charged with expanding the high school with a much needed addition, as well as convincing Barrington residents to pass a bond referendum to pay for it. We worked tirelessly over the course of many months, but figured out our name, our mission, elected the chair and vice chair, and began working towards our charge by our second meeting. With that experience in mind, can you please explain why you would need 5 months to do that? while on this bullet in your proposal, which I have somewhere here, at the same time, would you please explain what you mean by authority?
So the reason for 5 months is that the Open Meetings Act is fairly prescriptive and can be fairly limiting. And as you mentioned earlier in the meeting, can cause committees to move slowly, can cause government to move slowly. So I wanted to recognize that, also recognizing that during those 5 months, which is also still during a pandemic, that we will have Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's, which occupy a lot of people's time. We also have a national election, and we're starting school back up now. It's going to take time for a group to come together and put in the important work of determining how to do this correctly, rather than appointing a committee and telling them to figure it out as they get started. As far as authority, it would be a proposal for when recommendations would be made to the council versus to other boards or commissions. I don't have a specific preconception as to what exactly it would be, but the idea is that it would be an area in which this group would determine what it would propose a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee could do for the town.
Okay. Judging by the second bullet, please explain why you would even need a standing committee when your description of the overall purpose of the organizing committee would appear to have a similar purpose to that of the future standing committees.
Can you rephrase that?
Why are you looking for, okay, I can actually continue by reading your second bullet, which is the overall purpose of the organizing committee shall include, but does not need to be limited to, the evaluation of existing or new policies, ordinances, programs, and events. And you actually confirm that overall purpose of the organizing committee in your final bullet, and I'm just wondering why you would bother to put together a standing committee when you can do it through this organizing committee.
Sorry, so that's a typo. That second bullet should be the overall purpose shall include. That's not the overall purpose of the organizing committee. The organizing committee is being charged with creating something where that bullet would be the overall purpose or an overall purpose of the committee that the organizing committee is creating.
But in in that bullet, what I didn't read was that was your overall purpose for alignment with the mission and vision of the DEI-focused committee, which I read as part of the responsibilities of the organizing committee. So that is incorrect?
So at the beginning of the bullet, of the second bullet, say the overall purpose of the DEI-focused committee shall include but does not need to be limited to the evaluation of existing or new policies, ordinances, programs, and events for alignment with the mission and vision of the committee.
But DEIOC is what you're proposing, the proposal for a town of Barrington, D, diversity, equity, E, and inclusion, I, organizing, O, committee, C. So
yes, and that's why I'm saying it was a typo, and that's not what should be at the beginning of that bullet.
So in other words, I think what it should say is the overall purpose of this DEI focused committee is to do certain things for alignment with the mission and vision of the DEI focused committee.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
But okay, then we go back to the first bullet, in which you come up with the name, the mission, membership structure, authority, which I'm still a little uncertain about, responsibilities, and overall purpose. But you've already determined the overall purpose.
No, only part of it. The overall purpose shall include, but does not need to be limited to. So it gives direction. It says this is expected to be the meat of what the committee would focus on, but in their diligence, they might find other things that would be important to work on.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to show you, when you talk about reviewing, evaluating past and what do you say? Existing and new policies, ordinances, whatever. This is, I don't want to make a mistake like Trump did, Code of the Town of Barrington, Rhode Island. This is where all our ordinances, existing ordinances, are recorded. And those contain all of the town's existing local ordinances. These are written in addition to state statutes, such as the Affordable Housing Act, and built upon such plans as the Affordable Housing Plan, which is part of the Comprehensive Town Plan, all of which is fundamental to understanding our local ordinances. Here's the Town of Barrington's Comprehensive Plan, which contains our affordable housing plan as well. So it would seem to me that before evaluating local laws, one must first familiarize oneself with their foundation. I would suggest to go through state law to try to understand all of state law, to be familiar with state law, local law, and our comprehensive plan would be an enormous and frankly impossible undertaking. Please define what you mean by programs and what you mean by events. And can you please provide examples of each?
Sure. A program would be summer camp. An event would be the pumpkin harvest.
Okay. As to the makeup of the organizing committee, how many total community members are you proposing? Is it 4?
Yes, it would be 4. And so 4 would be people who are not currently serving or not necessarily currently serving on a board or commission.
Okay. So that's 5 members thus far, including you as the self-appointed chair. Is that right?
Co-chair and self-proposed.
And what? Self-proposed?
Self-proposed. I haven't appointed anything.
Okay. you have 3 board representatives. Why these particular boards?
I see these boards as the most interactive with the community. I'm open to editing it. This is a draft.
Okay. For staff support, are you suggesting, this may also be a typo, I'm not really sure, or missing a comma, but are you suggesting that the solicitor is somehow or in some way connected in an advisory role to a diversity consultant?
No.
Okay.
It would be a different person. It's missing an Oxford comma.
Okay. And can you please define what you mean by diversity consultant? And if they would be paid, how would they be paid?
So they would be paid by approval from the town council. A diversity consultant would be somebody who is hired to provide professional advice on issues relating to diversity.
Okay. Do you have someone specific in mind?
No.
Okay.
And I also don't necessarily know that it would be needed. I know that the school district currently has a diversity coach that works specifically with schools. I considered reaching out, but figured that would be getting ahead of myself.
Okay. This is actually a comment, not a question. And this, as to the 5th bullet, which are the application asks, the qualifications for the members of the organizing committee alone are considerably more detailed than what we ask of those applying to volunteer for existing standing committees. For that reason, this application process appears to be counter to the desired effort to move towards greater inclusivity when it narrows the field to exclude volunteers who might have an interest but have not yet established a public profile of activism. That's just my opinion. I have 2 more questions, and then I have more comments. How do you anticipate this organizing committee, or the standing committee, I guess? No, I think the organizing committee, responding to the listening project?
I don't know. I don't have any preconception to it because I don't know who would be on this committee and what they would be asked about the listening project.
Okay. And what is your conflict of interest with the listening project such that you have asked to recuse from further discussions of it?
What does that have to do with this committee?
It is a project. It is an existing program, and I'm just interested to hear.
I think I have that is a we're not, the listening project is not on the agenda tonight, so
I can't ask why he's got a conflict of interest.
It's really not on the agenda. So, I mean, we could vote to move it on the agenda for discussion purposes only, but.
Okay, I'll ask it maybe at the next meeting. As you can guess by now, I'm not a supporter of this proposed policy, but I wish to approach this from a slightly different angle. And I warn you that I'm going to get a little political here, so I apologize. But it is, after all, what Peter DeAngelis, the former town manager, used to call election period, the silly season. Only these days, it isn't so much silly as downright ugly. June Speakman is my good friend and was my former colleague on the council for 12 years. As a professor of political science at Roger Williams University, she has taught me many things about politics over the course of our friendship, one of which is this. that Republicans tend to line up and support an ideology, whether or not they like the candidate or even other parts of the candidate's platform. They will obey the party line and unify. Democrats, on the other hand, especially when it comes to character as well as policy, are like herding cats. Democrats tend to be all over the map on issues, and as she so aptly warned me, have a nasty tendency to, quote, eat their own, end quote. I'm sure we all remember how each of the dozen Democratic candidates for president were at one time or another shredded in public, even though we will unify behind the one left standing because the alternative is too horrific to imagine. Now, recently, since George Floyd's murder and our own ugly local incident, several groups have risen, some more, some less, to public prominence in response to the issue of racial injustice. These groups include the town council, faith groups, and the newly formed BCEI, among others. From the public's perspective, it would appear that we are all interested in addressing the town's long embedded prejudices and biases. The latter group, as far as we can understand, as their Facebook page is private, are comprised of 4 self-appointed leaders and about 50 members, including my colleague, Jacob Breyer. I am certain that everyone who joined this group has done so with the very best of intentions. However, behind the scenes, on social media, through private as well as public emails, certain members of this group have engaged in a campaign to impugn the character and actions of the town manager, the town council president, most recently myself, as well as the town council as a whole, which I find particularly curious when their membership includes a member of this body who has had every opportunity to correct the misinformation which fueled the misguided and uninformed character assassinations. Separate and apart from my original apprehension of delegating our authority to another body, as in form a committee to form a committee, I have deep concerns that this proposal has too many potential intersections with the very members of the aforementioned group who have continued to malign us, and I view this proposal as a move to legitimize their behavior. So until everyone involved in this issue gets their act together and proves to the community that we are all genuinely interested in improving the culture of our town, and our actions prove that we genuinely believe in the meaning of the words equity and inclusivity, I am unwilling at this time to establish a group which would have the power to stand in judgment of all the town's committed volunteer groups, as well as the employees governing this town. As I said before, we have a troubled statewide reputation, which we all hope will improve in time. But Barrington's highest standards of municipal government and management are unparalleled in the state. It is one reason, conscious or subconscious, why each of us has chosen to live here. I'm proud of being a part of that legacy for 16 years and will not support something that might jeopardize our exceptional municipal reputation. So while at face value, public perception of this proposal may seem well-intentioned, I sadly do not believe this is the case. That's all I had to say. Thank you for your time.
Any other members of the council want to be heard on this proposal?
I did.
Councilor Boyajian.
I think for a number of reasons, the town needs to form a diversity committee. One, we're obviously a community that's struggling with the issue, like many other communities are at the same time. We are, I think, if I had to guess, the town's largest employer. And by any standard, a company of our size should take this very seriously and have a committee supervising it. I think the way we need to go about it, because, you know, I think it was from Jacob, actually, a draft statement of that we considered at our June meeting when we decided not to issue a statement. But there was a really powerful piece of it that stuck with me, is that The measure of success will be when the town is known for diversity and inclusion, right? That's like part of our DNA here. And I think the way we need to go about forming the committee, to Kate's point, is not to appoint a committee to do it. We need buy-in from every institution and every person in the community. And I think the way to get that is to bring them all together, to make them commit to buy into a goal, right? Everyone, it's a hard issue to grapple with. It's a hard issue to discuss. But like a friend of mine said when I asked her about it, she said, you need to let everyone speak from where they stand right now and say that that's okay that they stand there, as long as they're all willing to say we share this goal. And I think for the most part, I'm not going to deny there are people who don't share that goal, but for the most part, right-thinking people who are good people are going to say, I share that goal, right? Barrington should be that place. And so, you know, the idea of a diversity consultant, it rings a bell for me. I said, you know what we should do is we should convene a meeting of the institutions where people actually develop their beliefs, right? Government's good at changing a lot of things, but we're never good at changing minds. We will completely overestimate ourselves if we say that government is going to get people to buy into this idea. But there are other institutions where people do. People in the faith community, houses of worship, people in their social clubs, people in the youth sports leagues. I mean, these are where, you know, not 100 people from the community, but all 16,000 people in the community really, you know, this is where their belief is formed, in the senior center, you know, in the library. And if we were to convene all these people for a meeting and say, do you agree that this is Barrington's goal, right? Can we all subscribe to that? And develop the goal with them in the room so that we can all say we really share in it. We really, truly share in it. And in everything our organization does, we're going to strive for it. And we say, okay, now there's too many people in the room to get much done. We know that, you know, 500 people in a room are not going to get much accomplished in terms of nitty gritty. But if they can coalesce around a goal and say, this is something where we're in everything we do, including the town government, but including the schools who actually already have experience in this because they have a diversity committee. And from the anecdotes we've heard, a lot of this is occurring in the schools. That's like another place we need to grapple with it. Do we need to have someone from appropriations to say, look, the importance of this issue needs to be reflected in our budget. There needs to be an allocation of dollars to actually deal with this. So bring all these people together and come out of that meeting with the idea of what a committee looks like, whether it's actually a government appointed committee at all, and what their charge would be. But it has to be something that, you know, it's got to be more buy-in than the 5 of us or 8 members of another or 9 members of an organizing committee. It's got to be 16,000 people who are saying, we're going to do this together. So I think it's a great idea that we form a committee, but I would say that the impetus for it, we should probably, like Kate said, act as a convener, right? Like that's one thing we can do as a town government. You know, we can say, we expect you to be there. And if you're not there, don't come to us looking for support anymore. I mean, we could tell the youth leagues, you know, we're going to make a decision on the turf field that night. They'll all be there. You know, we could offer up, you know, bingo, donuts. I don't know what have you. But to get everyone there and say the town expects you to be there and expects you to send leadership who is going to chime in about, you know, here are the resources we have. Here are the diversity issues we've confronted. Here's how we dealt with them. And here's how we think we can help. And here's what we think the town's vision needs to be in this regard. And if everyone does that, and then you have the houses of worship and the youth leagues and everyone's saying, we really buy into this, right? I mean, I'm looking at the count right now. We have 78 people here. You know, we have 16,000 people in the town we need to deal with. I think it's got to be, you know, cast a huge net, distill out of that conversation, you know, Barrington believes this. And if everyone had a hand in that, I think more people will believe in it. But I think we should proceed with it, but I think we should proceed with it that way.
Councilor Hearn. You're muted. Councilor Hearn, you're muted.
Thank you. I hearken back to what Representative John Lewis said, good trouble. I think what Jacob Breyer is trying to do is good trouble. This town, I think, is ready for change and for kind of the conversations that he's entering into and wanting us to start, really tackling. So I think that this proposal is pretty well thought out. I don't think it's necessarily perfect. I think that it is an issue. Like Steve's, to get a bigger buy-in. I think that that's important. I also think that it might be something that we that starts with the next council. I think these are issues that are such a big issue that having it go to the next council in November might be better than having us deal with it at the end of certainly my term. I know that, Kate and Steve, I think it makes sense for this to be something that a new council kind of takes on as a mission. But I completely support the efforts and the thoughts, and to, get ugly about people is not what we are. And I would hope we're better than that. So I applaud Councilor Breyer on this and would just suggest that it's a November issue, but I love the action part of it. And so that's kind of where I'm from.
So I appreciate what Councilor Boyajian said about getting buy-in from a large group. That's critical. This group is going to have at its core, how do we make everybody in town feel like they are part of Barrington, like they're welcome in Barrington and included and able to make Barrington as great as it can be. And to Councilor Hearn's point, with it being a next council thing, the next council doesn't meet in earnest until January. And that's too far down the road to kick this can. It's a can that's been kicked down the road in our country for centuries. And it's time to start moving. And so while as a practitioner of agile methodologies, I don't like the idea of forming a committee to form a committee, but it bridges the gap. It bridges the gap between what we can and should do now to what needs to start happening sooner without predefining something that we don't know exactly how it should work yet. And I'm not smart enough to know exactly how to form this committee. Maybe I could have done it on my own if I was a different person on this council, but I'm not. And I believe that finding more people to come to the table and to have the discussions, to open it up to other community groups to participate in defining what it should be, is a way to move forward. And I'll just add, I'm trying to embody advice from Michelle Obama of when they go low, we go high. So I'm really trying hard not to take what was said personally. This proposal was written by me. Nobody else was involved. It was then shared with the council when I submitted it to be on the agenda. There's nobody with whom I've discussed other roles on this. There's nobody I have in mind. And this isn't being done to undermine anything anybody else has done or is trying to do. And the insinuation of that is offensive.
Okay, thank you.
And there are many members of BCI in this meeting who can say that they haven't seen this before and that they had no part in it.
Okay. My own view is that I would suggest an alternative committee, and that's the town council. I think when you talk about kicking it down the road, I think for way too long our country has done that. But I think as a town, we've begun this journey. And we can't forget that we all signed that pledge. We can't forget that we've set up this meeting that's coming in just a couple of days, just a few days, with our chief of police, that we've been working with our director of HR to make positive changes. We are on that path, and I think as a town council, we can continue on that path. We can take input from all different groups, BCEI, from the Faith and Justice, the social justice team at the Congregational Church, and from any other group. We can take that input and we can make changes. There are some changes that we can make and others that require community buy-in that we can't legislate, as Councilor Boyage had pointed out. As he also pointed out, the areas where we can do this are hiring, housing, and policing. And we're committed to doing that. Everyone on the council is committed to doing that, and we've begun on that path. I think that this kind of work is something that should come straight. It's important enough that we should be the committee that deals with it. That's my opinion. But unless there's anyone else, I will open it up for anyone who wants to make further comment on the council or anyone from the public. First is Mariana Silva-Buck. Ms. Silva-Buck, please.
Hi again, everyone. I'd like to say thank you, first of all, to Jacob to bring this proposal. As a minority in town, very excited to see this being put on the table to begin with. And I believe that maybe we just got off on the wrong foot here, with all due respect to Councilwoman Kate. But I am a little bit dumbfounded by some of her words, and I would like very much to understand where the concerns or the deep disappointment with helping us, minorities, people of color, anybody that is othered in town. Where do you find this resistance, or where is your issue resisting creating something that would be beneficial for the rest of us? And I can understand and agree with things have been done a certain way for many years. There is a certain orders and certain protocols to follow. However, there is no rules, from my understanding, or laws that would stop this committee to create a committee from existing. Perhaps maybe this being the first won't be a bad thing. Maybe this being the first could open the doors to not only Barrington, but to other towns to do the same. Because quite frankly, how can you create a committee or agree to create a committee if we get that far without hearing from us, the people who the community would serve, what we need that committee to be? Because what I see in front of me, outside of Jacob for his religious reasons, might have been othered throughout his life, is people discussing this who do not represent me or any other people in town. So why would our voices not be important to maybe doing things a little bit differently? And why would that be such a resistance? And when we have 79 people in this meeting and only 2 of us are people of color raising our hands, that should be also a red flag. And Council, I appreciate your words and your support, but I have to disagree that we need to convene 16 people to create something like this. We don't. We need to listen to the people who this would benefit. So again, and if you don't do that, it will be another story of white people sitting behind your desks thinking about what is good for us without listening with an open mind and an open heart. And I think that is extremely important. So what if we're going to be doing things for the first time? Let's do things for the first time and let's do it right. Why do I have to sit here with a few of my others that probably won't speak up and think that, you know what, how much longer do we have to swim against the grain to try to have our voices heard? Or how much longer are we going to pretend that is not an issue in Barrington? How much longer is this going to be not taking serious or having this resistance because it has never done before? Can we at least try to do it?
Can I respond? Can I respond? With all due respect, we did hold a meeting for you, and I don't think I stopped anyone from talking. Everyone who wanted to be heard, as far as I know, was heard.
Yes.
We went until people were finished talking. So I wouldn't say that we are not listening. I think that we are listening. And so I hope that we can continue to work with different groups like BCEI and get the right kind of input that will help us move forward on this journey. I think that all of us want to move towards a more welcoming, a more diverse Barrington, and I think that there are going to be people who don't want to do that, and then there are going to be people who are in favor of that, and then we disagree on how we get there. But we'll work through that. I think we're committed to that as a council. I want to give somebody else a chance. Ms. Frage, Rafa Frage.
Am I muted? Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So I want to start by thanking Councilman Breyer for this initiative or suggestion to establish the committee. I am not an expert on the government, the procedures, and the other stuff, but the idea itself is pure, is genuine, and the short time I know Jacob as a councilman, I trust his genuity. So I am not sure where is that attack that is coming from Councilwoman Weymouth. As far as I remember, you started, Councilman Weymouth, saying that Barrington has a reputation in the state for prejudice, correct? Knowing that, yes, and knowing that you are a councilwoman, how do you oppose an idea as genuine as that from a co-worker or from a councilwoman or a councilman? I am just shocked. So I moved here to town in 2004, December 27, after an abusive relationship with my ex. And this reminds me of the same abuse that I have witnessed all my life. This reminds me of the war that I was stuck in for 9 months. When you oppress people, expect nothing good. Nothing good, Kate. I've known you for years.
That's right.
Okay, I appreciate all the work the town is doing. I came here and I tried hard not to speak, okay? Because I know I am a very genuine person, and I think Jacob is. Jacob is trying hard. BCEI is not a terrorist group. BCEI is a group of genuine people who have one agenda in their head, is expanding social justice in town, making people like me, like Mariana, like the other, I can't remember the name of the third person, I'm sorry, feel welcome. We don't feel welcome in town. We do not. We love the town, okay? And no one is gonna tell us leave. No one is gonna call us thugs. No one, because we're not. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person with their hand up is Emma's phone. Can you identify yourself, Emma, please?
Can I? Hello?
Yes. Is that Emma?
Yeah.
It's actually Amy Hogarth. I'm trying to enter in as on my phone, but I don't know if the meeting person can let me in on my phone. I had Emma's phone when I was on the meeting before.
Okay. Well, I think you can go ahead with that.
Okay. Hi. I missed some of what Kate was saying. And Kate, I'm sorry I'm calling you Kate because I can't remember your last name. But I gather that one of the conversations was about BCEI and things that have happened. I'm not sure what any of that is about, but this is what I'm going to say. Is that I was on the meeting and then I had to leave because I had 3 children in the first day of school, as many people probably on the call did, and my kids are still a little bit thrown by all of that, and I'm trying to figure that out. And we're having a town council meeting the same day. So I'm sorry about that, but I do think that the idea of having a committee for diversity is a great idea. And I would really want, as a person who is leading BCEI, to have time to talk about that with the 50 plus members we have who are all people who are members of this town and sort out, what we think about that so we could comment on it for town council. I did not know this was going to be talked about today. And so I would want to have a little bit more time to sort that out. And I think the members in our group would really love that, especially because it is the first day of school, which I'm sure when this was set up, you guys maybe didn't know because school was changed. But as a result, I don't know if other people are as tired as I am from trying to run around 3 kids to 3 different schools, but I'm exhausted.
I would say that Councillor Boyajian and Councillor Breyer are probably
I feel like the same way. Yeah. So I'm wondering if we
caffeine.
could. Yeah, I wonder if we could just take a beat and have some time for everybody to think this through. I know that the leadership of BCEI has planned to try to meet with Kate because we understand there's some, I think, misunderstandings around our views. But this is what I know BCEI is about. We're about anti-racism. We're about making sure that Black and Brown voices are heard. We're about making sure that people who feel oppressed have places to go and ways to sort that out. And we're really, really interested in helping this town be a town where everybody feels welcome and taken care of. And I think that there's people in the town council who also want all of those things too. So I don't think we have to argue about this. I think what we have to do is get clear about what the goals are and make a plan and actually do it. And for that plan to happen, I think maybe personalities need to be less and principles need to be first. And our plan of what we think is best for everybody. I want to also say to Wafa and to Mariana, I'm super sorry that you've had 1 minute of time where you felt unheard or unseen or unlooked after in this town. And I'm really interested in making sure that doesn't happen to anyone based on their race, based on their ethnic history, based on how they've come to live here, and or based on who they love or where they live or anything. So that's what I'm about, and that's what I believe. And I'm just really interested in moving forward and finding a way where we can all really work together. Thanks.
Thank you. Louise Sloan would like to be heard.
Hi, I'm just kind of bowled over by and astonished and confused by the level of negativity I just heard from Council Member Weymouth. And I'm a member of BCEI, and I actually thought the listening project sounded really interesting and like it had a lot of merit. So I'm not really sure what is being talked about. But on the face of it, we're talking about a diversity and inclusion committee, sounds like, or the thoughtful pre-formation of such a committee. I think that's a great idea. The thing that I heard from other council members, 16,000 people, like all buying in, like I'm not sure how you. So my experience is in most of my adult life, I've lived in extremely multiracial communities, and I moved to Barrington 5 years ago. And I'm from a community very much like Barrington, Richmond, Virginia, the West End suburbs, which are pretty much Barrington. And I can tell you that when you grow up in a place like that and you are only like in a place like that, there's a lot you miss, which is why you need to form a committee to form a committee. And I think it's actually a really great idea. I think that I can see that the heart of the town council members seem to be in the right place, but not sort of formally consulting people that kind of know a little bit more about diversity or inclusion or are people of color themselves seems like not such a great idea. And I just, the level of scoffing at this sort of committee, and I don't have anything to do with the proposal, nothing, absolutely nothing. But I just looked up on my iPhone, and there's towns all over the country that have diversity and inclusion committees, like in Idaho, Massachusetts, Virginia, Oregon. So it just seems like an excellent idea. It seems like an excellent idea to form a committee around a sensitive issue like that, from the perspective of being in a town where this town doesn't get it, and there's ways in which I'm sure I don't get it. But I can tell you, I walked down the street in Brooklyn in my extremely multiracial community, and there were a bunch of teenage boys walking towards me, and they were Black, and it was after dark, and I was by myself, and I wasn't afraid of them at all. But I realized that 10 years earlier, I might have. 20 years earlier, I definitely would have I would have crossed the street. So I can tell you that we're all growing, we're all learning, and I think that taking immediate action and consulting people that kind of are in this further than many people in Barrington are is a really great idea, and I support it. And I'm sorry there's so much enmity around this, because it seems like everyone really is going towards the same goals.
Thank you. Kelvin Mazursky, would like to be heard.
Hello, council, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay. Hi, and thank you for unmuting me. So when Mr. Cunha became the town manager, I don't recall, was that 3 or 4 years ago, the Bay Spring Community Center had him speak on community at one of their events, along with a couple other speakers. I think you recall, Mr. Carroll, that event. Yes. Because after the event, you had approached me because I believe you felt that I offended our new town manager with my comments about what does community look like. And my point that I was trying to convey, that I probably didn't convey well, was that we do lack diversity. And when I brought my wife and small child here to Barrington 15 years ago from Providence, and prior to that, we were in Brooklyn, New York for like 3 years. My biggest concern, flat out, was the lack of diversity. And how am I, single-handedly, how am I going to incorporate diversity in an area where there is none? And I was scrambling to figure out, how can I do that? The monumental undertaking that Councilman Breyer is taking on here, I'm floored. I did not expect to hear that. I appreciate that he's giving it the gravity by looking at forming a committee to form a committee, because I think he's in the right track. Because the town council, no offense to you guys, I don't think you want to do that. I think that would be a huge mistake. I know your hearts are there, and I appreciate it. We're all part of this community. But if I have to go back to that conversation that you and I had, Mike, we are not the ones to be the ones to form that committee. And I would greatly appreciate the town council and our community embracing the efforts of Councilman Breyer in the direction that he's trying to take this. This is exciting, and I will leave it to let somebody else talk because I love what I'm seeing taking place tonight. Unexpected, and I love it. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Kathleen Bruckner. Oh, you're
Mute.
muted. We have to unmute her.
No, we can't hear you.
Not yet. Can we?
How about now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Please go
This
ahead.
is Trinky Bruckner. I have been a member of BCEI, and I'm curious about whether Kate has received emails from BCI, especially about the listening project that she presented on September 2nd. I know at BCI we're supposed to maintain confidentiality, but I want to say that I saw many emails amongst BCI members that were extremely nasty, and I got the impression that they were sent to Kate. I was shocked by them. So I don't think they were fair. I think that Kate has shown her commitment to diversity through all the work she did on the listening project. I think that Jacob has some good ideas. One of the suggestions I made to the council, Mike, when you reached out asking for suggestions from Mission and Justice and Interfaith Partners, was immediately set up a committee to look at inclusion and equity. I think Kate's questions to Jacob had more to do with the mechanics and not weren't necessarily a criticism of having a committee. She was, I think, doing her due diligence and making sure the committee was set up properly. So, so Kate, can I ask, have you received emails attacking you?
Yes, I've received emails attacking me, as well as letters from members of BCEI, including leadership, who are absolutely opposed to the listening project. And I'm frankly stunned myself that Mariana especially has ignored the whole project that I presented at the special meeting that was held in which BCEI members leadership introduced the organization to the town council. I believe the town manager and the town council president have each been attacked by emails and by letters that that I can't quite understand if they have been uninformed about how government works or our positions on racial injustice. It concerns me that the one council member who is a member of that organization of BCEI did not make the effort to inform the members how government works, or that that the council has been working towards. We signed the pledge. We have taken our steps towards honoring that pledge, and I don't understand why the attacks and the maligning have continued. That's where my concern is.
So if I can, well, thank you, Trinky and Kate. I think that we have taken steps. I will call on you, Jacob. We have taken steps. We are moving in that direction, and I think we remain open to other ideas that folks have. But I want to, I'd like us to move through this discussion, because our next discussion is likely to be fairly lively as well, and we really should not be here until 12:30. That's a lot to ask of the staff and everyone. So I would call on Councillor Breyer because he wanted to be heard.
Yes, perhaps somebody else from BCEI can speak to what efforts I have or have not done, but it might be helpful for Vice President Weymouth to know I haven't attended a single meeting of BCEI yet. I haven't been able to because I've been busy with other meetings that have prevented me from doing so. And all of the letters that I believe it was Trinky mentioned, I have seen those after they've been sent. So it's not a issue where I have an opportunity to correct something. And it's also, depending on the nature, is not necessarily my place to correct other people's opinions. But I too have received a lot of negative feedback from people who want more from the council.
I see that we have two folks with their hands raised. I would, if you've already spoken, I will call on you, but if you could wait until the next discussion, I'd appreciate it. Jack Van Leer has not spoken yet, so Mr. Van Leer, if we could unmute him.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. I just want to weigh in as one of the leaders of BCEI. I'm in full support of what Jacob's recommending tonight. And I also just want to point out briefly and thank Trinky for speaking up. One of the things we believe at BCEI is you don't have a true collective unless there are differing opinions and that there are differing points of view and there are differing backgrounds that you can bring together. So we disagree a lot in BCEI. And I think that's healthy. And I think it's healthy that there is disagreement, but there also has to be dialogue, and there has to be dialogue in good faith. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Mariana Silva-Buck has raised her hand. Would you like to be heard? You can unmute her.
I'd just like to respond very briefly to the comments of Councilwoman regarding me ignoring her entire project, and to say that as one of the leadership members of BCEI, I have not ignored your project. However, I come to a consensus with the leadership group to sign off on whatever the majority of the decision is, as leadership should be. And while your project was being discussed, I have lost my grandmother. And I also found out that my entire family in Brazil has coronavirus, with my uncle being in the ICU, being intubated this week. So no, I did not ignore your project. I did not have a chance to look at it, but I trusted my colleagues in the leadership that they had done the due diligence and looked over it and then sent it with my name signed at the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've had a motion. I can't remember if it was seconded. Mary, do you remember if this was the motion? Well, we actually haven't had the motion yet. So we've just had discussion on this particular one. Jacob, did you want to make the motion to?
I move to resubmit this in October for discussion at our October meeting.
Okay, so you don't want to make this motion. You just like to put it on.
Yeah, I'm moving to resubmit. It'll still be a committee to form a committee because I don't think that the council alone has the skill set and background to do this. But I will take the feedback that I've heard tonight and submit a new proposal in October.
Okay, so you won't be making a motion to present this tonight. Instead, your motion is to what? Continue the discussion, or
maybe it doesn't need a motion. I will.
Yeah, it really doesn't. I'll put it on the. Yeah, I'll put it on the agenda.
I'll submit something new next month.
Okay. All right. So the motion. There's been no motion made, so we don't need to address agenda item 15 in terms of a vote. Now, we come to agenda item 16. This is to discuss and act on flying the Black Lives Matter flag. And after we have that discussion, we'll have another discussion about flying the blue flag. I would start with the flying the Black Lives Matter flag, and we're going to discuss and act on it because the town council has the authority to vote to continue flying it or to take it down. Before we hear from the public, I wanted to see if anyone on the council wanted to be heard on the Black Lives Matter flag. Anyone on the council? Okay. Seeing none, then I will open it up to the public. And the first person who would like to be heard is Tom Remishitis. Could we unmute him, please? You're unmuted, sir.
Thanks, Mike. Hey, can I make a suggestion that we just pass over this for now and go to item number 19, because I feel this will take a long time, and I know you have a little bit more business to discuss on bids. So maybe we should do that and then come back to this article.
Well, I think there's a lot of folks here who wanted to talk about this, so we're going to have to get through this, and if we can't let everyone be heard, we'll have to revisit it in October.
I'm not saying not to let everybody not talk. I think the bid process will only take a couple of minutes, if I'm not mistaken. You guys.
Yeah, I don't think it will take very long either. But either way, we're going to be here late, so I think we'll just go in this order. I guess the first person who wanted to substantively speak on this would be Ms. Gilday, Libby Gilday. If we can unmute her, please.
Hello, yes, my name is Libby Gilday. I'm a resident at 136 Metropolitan Park Drive. And I just wanted to say that having had the opportunity to review a lot of the letters that were sent in and a lot of the material that was available online regarding both the taking down of the Black Lives Matter flag and the raising potentially of the Back the Blue flag, I was really disappointed by the rhetoric in the letters. It seemed like there was a lot of vitriol and just various spellings and misspellings of the word Marxist being thrown around. And it seemed very much to me like it wasn't addressing the heart of the issue, which I feel like is something that people have been bringing up consistently tonight. And that is that we want Barrington to be a welcoming and diverse and inclusive place. I think we're kidding ourselves if we can look around at our town and say that somebody bringing their family, bringing their children here could move here and look around and see visible indicators that this is a safe and welcoming place. I like to think that those of us who live here know that and understand that, but I want people to feel safe here when they bring their families, when they bring their children, particularly if they are families of color. I think that taking down a Black Lives Matter flag in this environment sends a very specific message contrary to that effect. And I think that raising a back the blue flag would also send an even stronger message. And I think that there is a huge danger in conflating an identity that you can't abandon and that is a part of you, and an identity that is not chosen with an identity that is chosen. I have 6 siblings in this town. I have 6 younger siblings, and my mother and I try very hard to have conversations with them about issues like this, and we try very hard to educate them in diversity and inclusion. And I don't want to have to drive past the town hall and explain that to them, because I would find that very difficult to explain and very difficult to reconcile with my perception of the way that I like to see this town.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to be heard on this, on the Black Lives Matter flag? Okay.
There are several.
I cannot see their hands.
Paul Dolcinos.
Okay.
Frankie Bruckner. Kelvin Mazursky.
Paul, if you'd like to be heard.
Yeah, I want to apologize up front because I don't have the agenda in front of me, and I know we have a presentation we want to do as far as a proposed flag policy. So, I mean, I can save my comments for that and address this comprehensively, you know, as far as flags in general and their proper display in conjunction with the American flag. So, is this the forum, or is this just specifically only dealing with the BLM flag? And this is...
For now, we're talking about the BLM flag. We will get to the flag policy.
All right. Well, I'll save my powder till then. Thank you.
Okay. Trinky, did you want to be heard? Yes, I see your hand.
Yes, just very briefly. I'm so proud of Barrington that the flag is up there. I would hate to see it taken down. I applaud the courage of Mr. Cunha in raising that flag. I think it sends a powerful, wonderful message. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else want to be heard? Please let me know if you see folks, because I can't.
Kelvin does, Mike.
Kelvin Mazursky, please.
All right. So just got to say thanks, Mr. Cunha, for taking, once again, leadership for the health and well-being of our community. Thanks. That's all.
Thank you. Anyone else? You see hands.
Pamela.
Pamela. Please.
Hi, yes, thank you so much. I'm at 14 Pine Avenue in Barrington. I was so impressed when Barrington put the flag up, because I have been a teacher at Barrington Christian Academy for 20 years. And the town is known for not being welcoming to people of color, both students and friends of mine that have driven through. So when it went up, I thought, oh my goodness. And the reason that it's so important to me is because I've been doing a lot of studying and educating myself over the past 7 years, because I'm white, obviously, and I knew nothing of what was going on for other people's, for the people of color and their experience in this country. I had no idea. But since then, I've learned a lot, and we are in the second civil rights movement. We are in a continuation. That's what this is. And a lot of small towns, many small towns, many places of worship, we were on the wrong side of the civil rights movement the last time. And I'm so encouraged and really hoping that we will be on the right side of history this time. So that's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes. Sorry, I've forgotten your name, and it's just showing your business. If we can.
Hi, sorry, it's Adrienne Burke, 25 Edwin Street. I think this is a continuation to what we were just talking about with the previous point to some extent. And what I would like to encourage with everybody in thinking about all of these major subjects is that they're heated and they're emotional. And we should trust in our systems and trust in our government and trust in our processes to work through these conversations and work through all of the decisions that we have to make going forward. I think that in the community of Barrington, in the community of Rhode Island, we have many flags that we could fly on that flagpole. I don't think it's only just Black Lives Matter. Mariana and Wafa, we might be minorities of certain groups. We might find that we are minorities of different groups, and we might find that we have that kind of allegiance with different minority groups. I could say that I'm a minority group with you. I could also say that I look like I'm white. I could also say that my background is not necessarily white. We have to go through the process of having the conversations. If it involves listening, if it involves joining committees and participating, if it involves helping to get us to that next step, to have decisions and make new policies, we need to participate in that. Any kind of negative, derogatory bullying, we could call it bullying, we can call it bashing, doesn't help the process. And if there are groups that want to form groups to help develop committees, that's great. But if we have existing committees that are there to help make decisions, we need to support those committees. If we have flagpoles that fly flags, whether it's half-mast on a day when we've lost lives, or we have flags that are up there that represent certain symbols of our communities and of our experiences, we should support those because we know that that represents something that somebody is experiencing. And it might not be from our community or our minority. We have to accept the fact that we all will be part of a minority. We are a mixed group of people from a combination of different backgrounds, and there is nothing that anybody could say which would represent a majority. And in such, we have a government that's formed. We have policies and systems that are formed to help us work through this. And Kate, I thank you for representing the fact that we have the town council. And Wafa and Mariana, I'm with you, and you're not alone. We are all with you. I don't know of these other groups, but we are making an effort as a community to work through this, and we're going to make an effort to find a better place. So that's all I have to say tonight, and thanks everybody for making the effort to be here tonight to try to work through this, and we will get there. We're going to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Other hands. Okay, so I don't see anyone else from the public. Councilor Breyer.
So I'd like to make a motion, but have some things I'd like to say first, if that's okay.
Sure.
Raising the Black Lives Matter flag is about more than aligning with an organization. BLM is first and foremost a movement to recognize that Black lives matter equally. Few people would openly disagree that they should, but many people would agree that the systems and institutions in America and in Rhode Island and in Barrington don't reflect that they do. There are those who would say, including in some of the 8 letters that we received opposing the flag, but we did receive 40 in support. There are some who would say that BLM is a Marxist organization that promotes violence, and they cited BLM's own website to support that, which is not at all true. It's objectively untrue that the organization is against democracy or that it's pro-violence. In fact, in a recent study, it was shown that nearly 95% of all the racial justice protests in the last several months have been peaceful with no property damage. We can't do much in the grand scheme of things as a town, but stating our values and committing to local policy is among the things that we can do. The town manager made the statement on behalf of the town, and though I would have preferred that it be done through a different process, I can't imagine ending that statement before taking at least some action toward it. And there are those in town who feel triggered or hurt by this flag, who believe that this is a statement the town has no business making, or who believe in lies about what the flag represents. Some of these people submitted a request to fly a different flag, a request that would force the BLM flag to come down and be replaced by a different flag. And when that request was not granted, they simply asked for the Black Lives Matter flag to be taken down, exposing the primary intent. And there should be nothing divisive about the Black Lives Matter flag, because Black Lives Matter. And because Black Lives Matter, and we have neighbors who haven't yet embraced the message, I think we should fly the flag for a good long time to ensure that the town of Barrington has done an adequate job sending the message to all residents and visitors. So I propose the Black Lives Matter flag remain flying until February 1st, 2021, at which time it would be replaced with the Pan-African flag to fly during the month of February in recognition of Black History Month.
Okay.
And I make that motion.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? Okay. Not seeing a second. Before we go further on this, I support the flying of the Black Lives Matter flag. And I know that that has been a controversial thing. I know that our town manager has taken a lot of heat for that and been called a Marxist, which is astounding for somebody who spent 30 years in the Navy. But I think one of the things that when we talk about how we want to make Barrington a more inclusive, a more diverse, a more welcoming place, we should also try, as we're doing that, to bring as many people along with us as we do that. And I think these discussions are useful because they help other people see positions that might not be immediately obvious to them. Folks who want to defend the American flag and they don't think it's appropriate to fly any flag there, okay. Folks that feel that Black Lives Matter is an attack on them or an attack on their values. I think we have to try to look at it from the perspective of other people. And I'll give you an example that comes close to home. We fly the American flag at my house, and we've always, I really feel strongly that we should do that. And for me, it's somewhat of an act of defiance. Those people that we all saw who were carrying those tiki torches with those angry, angry faces and carrying flags, American flags around. That flag doesn't belong to them. And I felt that it's important for us to keep flying that flag. And yet, when I put up I have a gigantic flag that I put up sometimes, my kids were getting angry at me, my adult children. And the reason they were getting angry at me after a lot of discussion that we learned is they were saying, how do you think it would feel if you were someone who didn't know who lived in that house and they came by and they just saw that flag? Now, you may want to claim that flag back from the people who hate, but those people may come by, and if they're black or if they're gay, they may feel that threatened or unwelcome because of that flag. And that breaks my heart, the idea that our American flag would make anyone feel that way. But it was important for me to hear that And so now I hope that when people go by our house and they see the American flag and the pride flag, then they recognize at least that this is a welcoming house. We want people to feel welcome, and we want people to come along with us as we're trying to make Barrington a more welcome and inclusive place. And I think that's important. So I will make a motion that we continue flying the Black Lives Matter flag through November of this year. And I'll see if anyone wants to second that motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion?
Yeah, just for 1 minute. Like you, I'm thrilled the town manager put that flag up. It doesn't by itself solve a tremendous number of problems, but it says that Barrington has sort of picked a side in this struggle and said it, kind of loudly, judging by the attendance at tonight's meeting. The question of when to take it down, I think in some ways it's an impossible one, right? I mean, you could say, we're going to leave it up there till the struggle's over, right? And 100 years from now, after we've replaced it, I don't know how many times we'd take it down. We could say February, we could say November. The problem I have is that I see it as the government, the existing government, making a statement about what its values are, right? That we don't have any hesitation saying it, and we know full well it's going to make a lot of people angry to say it, and that's fine. We're fine taking that anger. We've done plenty of things that make people angry. But I'm not going to be here at the end of November, and I'm not going to be here in February. And I don't think it's really my place to say what the majority of the town council should say, because the majority is being replaced, right? I mean, there's 3 new members, no matter who gets elected. Now, they could certainly come into office and take action to undo it, whatever we do tonight. But it just, to me, it seems hollow. Like Jacob, I agree. It should be up there until everyone knows. There's no question. We would leave it up there as long as it took to tell you this is where we stand. So much so that the action of taking it down would be a non-event, essentially, saying, we've worn you down, right? But I don't know why we need to pick a date as we sit here. If we don't vote to take it down tonight, it's not coming down tonight. It's certainly not coming down before October 5. And on October 5, if we don't vote to take it down, well, it's probably not coming down until January because, like we've been talking about, there's not really a business meeting until January. But I don't think we need to sit here and say tonight there's a start or end date to this. There's no end.
I can add to Councillor Boyajian's comments. The idea of taking it down is what was the primary guide in my motion, which was it was being replaced by the Pan-African flag, which was chosen because I view it as a more educational tool. It's a flag that people will look at and wonder what it is, and maybe they learn something. And it's also sending a very consistent message with what I view as the Black Lives Matter flag. And then it sort of makes it a non-event. It's coming down, but being replaced by something with a similar message. And that new flag is going up for a particular purpose, which is Black History Month. And so I appreciate, Steve's foresight that, that's making a decision for the next council. And so I'm on board with the idea of deciding tonight that it stays up until the council decides it comes down. And maybe in January we have that discussion.
Vice President Weymouth.
I would agree with Jacob. I disagreed with his flying the Pan-African flag in February because Black History Month, in my estimation, is about African Americans who have come from, it's their history it's not Ethiopians' history or Ghana's history. It's African Americans who have, and all that through history they have added to our culture in terms of literature and activism and music and science. And so I would disagree. I disagreed with your proposal because I didn't get the Pan-African flag. I think it muddies the discussion, I guess. But I do agree that I feel most comfortable leaving the Black Lives Matter flag up until the next council makes a decision otherwise.
Then do you want to make that a motion that we'll leave it, Councillor Hearn? You have
Muted. Muted.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to add, I appreciate that the Black Lives Matter flag is flying. I have problems with how it got there. I would have liked a council vote on that. It saddens me that the American flag is not seen as inclusive, and I hope that we all are fighting to get it seen as more inclusive. I look to, I think Steve is completely right to just kind of keep it up there till a council determines to take it down. So I would second that if that is a...
So Kate, have you made the motion to keep it up until the next council determines what to do with it? Okay, that motion's been made and Joy has seconded that. Any further discussion on that? Okay. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Mike, if I can interrupt, you have 3 hands up from the public.
Oh, there's Mariana Silva Buck. Okay.
And Lisa Daft and TR.
Okay. Mariana Silva Buck, please.
I'll let Lisa go first, then TR, because that's the order they came up. I know you can't see it, but I'll let them have their turn in order.
Okay. Lisa Daft. Dr. Daft, please.
Hi. First, I want to say I, sent in a letter supporting flying the blue flag, and I know that's going to come up next. But I really couldn't sit anymore and listen to, some of the comments being made, especially by you, Councilman Breer. By some of the conversation and what you had to say about our letter, in and of itself makes this even more divisive. I have no problem with the Black Lives Matter being flown. However, there's no policy in place to say how long that's going to be flown for. And even to say you're going to leave it up until the next council comes in, what happens to other flags? And you're already talking about the next flag without even honoring any of the requests that come in. And when and how long are those flags going to be left up, or when do they get to fly? I think that we really should be having a policy. If there was a policy in place, a lot of this discussion might not have gotten so out of hand. As a resident of Barrington for 22 years, I found it very, very disturbing that a town council member would basically bully residents for making a legitimate request. I don't think there's anything wrong with that request, and to belittle us, saying that we were trying to make chits out of people who died in 9/11. I thought that was really inappropriate, really inappropriate. I knew someone who died in the North Tower. I know how his family felt when they got part of his remains back 9 or 10 months later. I know what the phone call was like when his mother was calling his cell phone and it kept ringing and going to voicemail. And she said, oh, he's okay because it's going to voicemail and his phone's still working. Okay. So I that was insulting, Councilman Breer, and I did not think that was appropriate. I just think things don't have to be divisive. I think putting a policy in place would help those things. And I think all these flags matter. The rainbow flag, the Black Lives Matter flag, all the flags. I mean, there's lots of flags that can be flown. And maybe coming up with a policy that can include all of those in some way, shape, or form without also disrespecting the American flag, which I personally feel it should be the American flag, the POW, and maybe we support things on a different level. But that's up for the 5 of you to come up with, not for me. But I don't think it has to be that, oh, these people don't support the Black Lives Matter flag. Most of the people on that list support the Black Lives Matter flag being up there, but they also support all the other flags that may be requested. And I think that that's something that you should all be thinking of as well. It's really more about the policy, and for someone to put words in the rest of our mouths who doesn't even know us, it was really inappropriate, very inappropriate. But I really thank you for taking the time. It's very late, and I know you all are, doing the best that you can to, help things and move forward. And everybody wants that. Of course, it breaks your heart to hear how people may have been treated, in our town. That's not something that I condone, but obviously they've lived those things. And of course, people support trying to move forward and make things better. But I do think you need a policy. So this is the kind of thing that's going to happen, and then it's going to be debated every time someone wants to fly a flag, and who's going to decide what flag gets to be flown. So I really thank you for your time, and thank you for all that you're doing. So thank you very much.
PR, please. You can unmute him. Okay, you are unmuted, sir.
Thank you. Just going over some of the past things that Lisa had just stated. You guys are taking a vote to maintain a flag, to fly a flag, where you haven't even come up with a council policy yet. I think that's a little bit inappropriate at this time. So I have a little letter here that I'd like to read that would bring into the back the blue flag into that, if I can read it.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. So it says, to the council, I recently put in a request to the town manager to fly the back the blue flag or the first responder flag for 9/11 memorial of 19 years. I was a little disappointed that the manager decided to raise the BLM flag and then denied our request, saying that he was the one making the decisions as to what flags fly for now. It will not fly any flags except for the ones that are including the one he raised. The town manager said he will put my request on the agenda, which it is, of the town council. After a few letters back and forth, he still said no and stated the BLM flag will stay flying till a decision was made by the council. And I informed him that the 9/11 memorial was before the next council meeting. In the meantime, I received a letter from a town council member stating that, so they're flying their flag, so you guys want to fly yours, was a comment that was stated. And I was not sincere in flying the flags. Well, for those of you that know me, I am very sincere. I have been involved in many groups and committees with coaching and so forth. I have been a firefighter for over 35 years, but not as long as Chief Bissett. I have seen many tragedies and many deaths. So how would you feel if you worked on a 6-year-old of a drunk driving accident who you did not recognize, who did not make it, and when the other rescue was wheeling in the other patient from the same accident that was all covered in blood, again, who I did not recognize, as he reached up, grabbed my arm, and asked me, TR, how's my son? To this day, I still didn't know who it was, and it took me a few minutes to recognize who it was. Or a 3-year-old boy burned over 90% of his body, screaming, please help me. Or you see parents come up to an accident scene as you're trying to cut their kids out of the car while 2 other bodies are laying in the street with white sheets over them. Or you see 343 members of a New York fire department die in one day long with countless others. To this day, I can still not watch any of the specials on 9/11. I was thrown back by the decision of the town manager and this council member backing an organization that is totally against police, fire, and authority. What does this say to the local members of the police and fire that are employed by our town? My proposal was to fly the black, back the blue, and first responders. I also believe that the only flag the pole should be is the American flag, below that the state flag, and below that the POW flag. But further review of flag etiquette says another organizational flag could be flown below the flags. This is where the council member had a problem because my statement of only flying the American flag, state flag, and POW MIA flag. I still feel this way. In fact, I would like to see the council come up with a policy to just fly those flags on the pole and allow no others, like in recent town council did between Bristol and Warren. I feel everyone should have their voices heard and protest their cause, but with respect and nonviolence. We are not looking for emotions from the council to get this passed, or to use it as a political point. I thought that flying this flag in the condition of the country would start to bring everyone together, starting here in Barrington, just like what happened on 9/11. Everyone came together. Remember, you cannot change the past, but we can only change the future. So, council, I have two proposals. The first is to pass an ordinance to just fly the three flags, the American flag, followed by the state flag, followed by the POW MIA flag. My second proposal would be, if you don't pass the first, this proposal follows the first, but would add 2 more flagpoles. The American and POW flag to be flown constantly on the highest pole. The next 2 would be lower and would fly the state flag on one pole continuously, and whatever organization wants to put a flag up would be for 1 week, 1 time a year. That would be my proposal. Thank you for listening to me, and you know how I feel. I am not against anybody. Everybody protest in peace, please. And I'm sorry, but Mariana, I can't remember your last name. Now I know where that chirping battery's coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, TR. Lisa Daft, you still have your hand up. I don't know if you intended for that. Mariana Silva Buck was next.
I just wanted to make 2 quick comments. The first one was on the Councilwoman Weymouth. Just a correction: the Pan American flag. It's not about the Pan African. Flag is not a reflection on the African continent and their individual countries. It's literally a representation of African Americans. It's actually considered an African American flag, and it reflects the African diaspora in America, not necessarily the African continent and its countries as it stays outside of the US. So literally is the representation of the African American flag. And with regards to the Black Lives Matter, I think there is no doubt, well, I shouldn't say that because that would make me making the same assumptions that we did about, the Black Lives Matter, the racism in Barrington. I was going to say there is no doubt that everybody supports the police in Barrington, but that would be a mistake. I would be assuming. However, I think it's important for us to differentiate where one is literally a second civil rights movement. It's something about human rights, whether we agree with some of the policies or the false information that we've been fed. And, just looking from a human standpoint and a human rights standpoint, where we are saying we support Black lives also. And I think sometimes we miss that point, that when we say Black Lives Matter, it's not a pie. We are not taking out from the police. We're not taking out from white people. We're not taking out from Latinos. It's Black Lives Matters too. It shouldn't be a controversial thing to say other members of our society matter. And yes, there are particular cases where there's going to be violence and the police can suffer. But let's also recognize where, the different values. And I don't think we should have a policy, but I also believe that everybody should be heard, but that the town council should be making the discretion on the validity of the merits of everybody requesting their own flags or their own purposes. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Kelvin Mazurski, please.
Flying of the first responder flags would be ideal for 9/11. Being a War and Fire Engine 2 member, I think the appropriate flag would be the firefighter flag. I think that would be more appropriate for 9/11. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Trinky is next, please. We can unmute her, please.
I have a couple of points I'd like to make. I think I heard Mr. Ramashidis say that Black Lives Matter is totally against fire and police. I don't believe that is true. Black Lives Matter is against police brutality. The movement or the organization, which, yeah, there's a national organization, but it's a very loose conglomeration of people countrywide. Second, I think Black Lives Matter is just a statement. It's not asking people to do anything. If you believe that all lives matter, then you should be able to say Black Lives Matter. As far as a policy, earlier in the meeting, we were talking about the Lions Club and whether there should be a policy about who can do things like they wanted to do. And I think, President Carroll, you said, well, yeah, you like them, but you don't want a policy that makes it possible for the kitty cat group to take over some public land. I think we don't want to make a policy that all sorts of groups get 1 week to fly a flag. We do not want the KKK flag up, for example. I think that the town council can vet each request and see whether it is worthy, whether it's something that they support, whether they think it. And then as a citizen, if I don't like their decisions, I don't vote for them next time.
Thank you. Chase's iPad is actually Amy Hogarth, I believe. Am I right? Can we unmute?
Hi. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I have to admit, I'm kind of jumping on I think the next one, the more of the back the blue discussion, but it seems to have come up. So I don't know if it's okay if I read what I've got now.
Why don't we get to that, because that may take a while too. And I'd just like to kind of get through this one. Lisa Lone.
It was kind of on backing up TR and kind of what his, but I will wait. Whatever you, absolutely, Mr. President, you suggest.
Thank you. Lisa Lowenstein wanted to be heard. Can we unmute her, please?
Trying to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I wanted to agree with what Kathleen, who also goes by Trinky, said. I think it is very dangerous to start creating a policy which means that town council time will have to be spent considering every request. And the reason I feel that we can say that is, look at how much time we've spent this evening. I think that if someone on the town council brings something to the town council and they decide that it's worth consideration, it shouldn't have to be, we shouldn't all have to be making the basic decision. The basic decision to entertain something should be left completely in the hands of the town council. There should not be a policy. So I'm agreeing with what Kathleen Bruckner, who we call Trinky, said there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. TR would like to be heard. Do you have your hand raised? There you go. You're unmuted.
Sorry. You know, I agree with Trinky. You know, a policy. Apparently, everybody doesn't consider a policy law or whatever. But that first proposal I made as a policy, leave the flags the way they are. American flag, state flag, POW, and we won't have any of this. Everybody can still protest. Everybody can still have their flags or whatever. Fly them from your house, wherever. That's where mine fly. Mine fly all the time. So I'm just saying, if there is no policy, stick with the first proposal and leave the flags the way they are without any other flags underneath. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands.
I will.
I'm sorry, was there someone else who wanted to be heard?
I just wanted to chime in, Mike, because the topic has come up a couple of times about a policy where no other flags fly on those poles. And I understand sort of the simplicity, the logic behind it, but this is what's, turned me off to it from the get-go. Starting, as far as I can tell, but maybe earlier in 2015, an organization, I had nothing to do with it, I happen to be Armenian, but an organization said, we want you to fly the Armenian flag on Remembrance Day. The gist of the request was that at the time, the US government did not officially recognize the occurrence of the Armenian genocide because it would make Turkey angry. And so to back an authoritarian dictator, we said, we don't want to make you angry, so we're going to say a genocide didn't exist. That flag got flown for 5 years, sometimes just the town manager putting it up, sometimes town council voting on it. We never heard a word about it. Not one peep. No one saying we need to change a policy. No one saying, well, if you're going to fly the Armenian flag, you have to fly the Turkish flag next week. There was none of that. And so suddenly we put up a pride flag or a Black Lives Matter flag, and everyone's monocle falls into the teacup like, oh my God, what have we done? And it's just not that complicated, right? I mean, it was the right thing to do, and it remains the right thing to do to keep it flying. And this is not to cast aspersions on anyone who's here. TR, I have all the respect in the world for you, you know that, but it's just a matter of why is it controversial? And I think by wading too deeply into this, we're going to keep all this attention on our flagpole that was never there. Because for 5 years, you could fly the flag of a foreign country that has a bad human rights record, and no one would say a word about it, right? But if you put up a pride flag or you put up a Black Lives Matter flag, everyone has to wade into this pool. It just seems silly to me. And I think we just say, you know what, we're not going to get deeper into this hole. It was right to raise the flags we did, and the next council might do it next year. Or maybe they won't. I don't know. That's up to them. But that's just my thinking.
So we've had a motion. We've had a motion to I should say, not to take the Black Lives Matter flag down and let the next, to keep it flying until the next council chooses what they want to do. That motion was made by Vice President Weymouth and seconded by Councilor Hearn. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote on that motion?
Aye.
Councilor Boyajian?
Aye.
Councilor Breyer?
Aye.
Councilor Hearn? Was muted, but it appeared...
Looked like an aye.
It's a aye.
Okay. And I also vote aye. The motion carries. So the Black Lives Matter will remain up until the next council decides what it wants to do. The next item on the agenda is the the Back the Blue flag. This is a flag we got a request from TR and some other folks to raise this, in particular raise it for September 11th. I think it's, as many folks have pointed out, I think Jim pointed this out as well, this particular flag, and I don't know for sure if it's the flag, but the one with the blue line through the American flag, in my opinion, is a violation of the flag code. Flag code is 4 USC Section 8, I think. And that sets forth how the American flag is to be displayed. It's supposed to, how it's going to be hung on a wall. Whether any flag can be higher than it, the answer is no. Any flag can be equal with it. The United Nations flag can be equal with it, but can't be higher. State flags have to be lower, and so on. There are so many different rules. As a practical matter, that law is never going to be enforced because of First Amendment rights. The Supreme Court has looked at this. So when someone burns the flag, that's a First Amendment exercise. At the same time, it's a good policy to follow, in my opinion. I think it's a way of us showing respect for that American flag to abide by that flag code. And one of the provisions of the flag code points to the back the blue, the not putting anything, marking anything on the flag. So I think it's a violation of that code, which is one of the reasons I wouldn't support flying it. Another reason is because I felt that it was too much of a reaction against the Black Lives Matter flag. So is there some flag that we could fly that would show support for, certainly for the 9/11 first responders? Absolutely. Maybe there's another flag, but I don't know a better flag than the American flag for that. But I'm certainly open to that for the 20th anniversary of that event. But I wanted to just open the discussion with that. Does anyone from the council want to be heard on the back the blue flag and whether to fly it? Okay, seeing no one, would anyone?
Mike, if I could just add real quick, in case people didn't notice, all town flags were flown at half-mast on 9/11.
Right.
In respect for those people that were lost.
Right. So Amy Hogarth, Chase's iPad. There we go.
Okay, am I up? Okay.
Yes.
Well, good evening, council members, everyone who's way up past their bedtime. Thank you for staying on. I have to say, I'm kind of here, from the letter Mr. Breer wrote, kind of a public invite. And I'm going to be honest with you, it seemed like it was a public invite for discourse and an argument. It was publicly proposed by you. But I'm here to defend myself, although I feel I shouldn't have to. More importantly, I am here to explain the request that was put in myself. You should not hear what my intentions are from someone I've never spoken to. I want you to hear it directly from the horse's mouth. This is how it went down. I received an email asking if I would support a request to put up a Back the Blue flag on 9/11 to remember and honor those first responders who died on 9/11. I didn't have to give it a second thought. Absolutely. And I don't know anyone who, if asked to do something to honor those on that day, would say no. For you to say, Mr. Breer, that it had nothing to do with 9/11, shame on you. It has everything to do with that day and only that fateful day. 9/11 is a day that stands on its own, one of the worst days in American history. It is a day where all Americans come together. It is the opposite of what you had portrayed. Nothing else mattered on that day, and nothing else matters every year on the anniversary. 9/11 didn't pick and choose who it would take that day. It took every different kind of American. It is the only day where we are all one. It has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter or anything else. And I'm sorry that you made it political, but we didn't. You said that, the first responders, they're not oppressed, Mr. Breyer, and that our high tax dollars pay for their salaries. Mr. Breyer, they gave up the biggest sacrifice one could give. They gave their lives. They gave their lives saving others. Someone whose profession is to risk their life to save others, I don't think can be quantified. It is priceless. As for the convenience, again, that you asked, that it was requested a couple of days after the Black Lives Matter flag went up. The timing is, it was 9/11. No one here can argue what the date is. It is said that raising the Black Lives Matter flag is appropriate for what is currently going on. Yes. And so I'm here agreeing, absolutely. But I also thought that it was appropriate to fly a flag on 9/11 to honor those on 9/11. To say that this small group of Barringtonians are content to ignore injustice, Mr. Breer, there's a lot of talk about you creating this diversity and inclusion, and yet I find it ironic that in public writing, you literally bash people. And I'd actually like to ask you, what is a Barringtonian, if you would like to answer?
People who live in Barrington.
Okay, well, again, I asked that because you said it in a negative manner. I find it interesting because I'm sure you did your due diligence and your research when you were trying to choose a place to raise your family and move to, and you chose Barrington. Mr. Breer, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. I like to think all people have good intentions. I like to put myself in other people's shoes, try to get their viewpoint, try to understand where they're coming from. It's sad that as a resident here, and more importantly, an elected official, you find the worst in the people who are your neighbors and are supposed to represent. The saying, if you have nothing nice to say, then don't say anything at all, is a good motto always, and especially in today's world, and most specifically from a public figure, elected official. In the future, Ms. Breer, I would appreciate you asking your constituents, whom you represent, what their intentions are before you so brazenly decide for yourself. For you to make me and others sound like we were horrible human beings and like we asked to raise the Confederate flag or the KKK flag we mentioned earlier. It made me so angry and it made me so sad. And I had to come in front of all of you tonight to just look you in the face and say, I said yes to that to honor and remember those from 9/11. Plain and simple. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Dolcinos. He's unmuted. You're unmuted.
Okay. I just, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, just, there is an alternate first responder flag. It's a black field with a blue, or you could get one with a blue and red stripe simultaneously on that. So I think that would be in compliance with the flag policy, as it wouldn't appear to be an altered American flag. So there is alternate flags that can be used to represent them. That's just point of order.
Okay. Thank you. Kelvin Mazursky.
Sorry, am I on?
You are. Go right ahead.
Okay. So, somewhat confused with the choice of the flag with the blue stripe representing the police versus the first responder flag that has the black and white stripes with one red stripe to represent firefighters. For 9/11, with all the firefighters that were lost, that's the flag that should be considered. I'm confused. Why the flag for police? If you guys can elaborate on why that flag and not the one for the first responders with the black and white stripe field with the red stripe. Being a firefighter, being so many firefighters lost their lives on 9/11, that's the obvious choice, and I don't understand why it would be conflated with the choice of flags for police. We love our police. They should be respected and honored. But if you're talking about a 9/11 tribute, I don't understand the logic there. And if somebody can explain that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Libby Gilday.
Hi, I would just like to respond to some of the points that were brought up. And again, thank you for your time and for staying so late. We all really appreciate it. I would agree definitely that the Back the Blue flag feels like a very strange choice in an attempt to honor 9/11. And obviously, I don't think anyone here, or I would hope that no one here is trying to assume the intent of anyone who wants that flag. I don't think anyone here is calling anyone else a racist. Or trying to assume that we can read the minds of people who have that particular desire. That being said, the people who drive through our town and see that flag are not just going to be our neighbors that know us. They're also going to be people who are getting their impressions of our community by looking at that flag. And the fact of the matter is that Back the Blue is currently being flown by a lot of white supremacists, and it does have that association. And putting it directly in juxtaposition with a flag that is celebrating a community that has been deeply hurt and deeply marginalized, and a community for whom their identity is not something that they've chosen, that to me feels like it makes a very specific political statement. That might not be the statement that people are intending it to have, and that might not be the statement that someone personally associates with that flag when they see it. And I completely respect that there are people who want to honor 9/11, and obviously I think that's very important. But I would agree that Back to Blue feels like a very questionable choice for that. And I think that I would worry at what people would think driving through our town, seeing those two flags together. I don't think that sends the message that everyone here has spoken of in terms of honoring 9/11 survivors.
Thank you. Trinky, please.
Like Kelvin, I'm a little confused. And perhaps this is a really dumb question, and maybe Mr. Dalchinas can answer it for me. Who exactly are the first responders? I've assumed that first responders are firefighters, EMTs, and police officers. And certainly all of those groups ran toward the towers on 9/11. So wouldn't we, when we honor 9/11, which I would hope we would do every year, wouldn't we want to honor all three of those groups?
Okay, thank you. Paul Dalchinas.
Yeah, I believe 60 police officers lost their lives when the towers came down. So I think there was a shared loss from both law enforcement and firemen. And usually in the term of first responders, it is an inclusive group that considers all of those members. There is a black flag that has a stripe across the center that's half red and half blue. So you can find almost anything you want to honor any type of group. So that might be a compromise in the situation.
Okay.
Mike, if I could jump in for 1 second.
Sure.
I think you tried to explain it earlier. The U.S. flag code says that you cannot take the U.S. flag and in any way alter it and fly it. And so if we absolutely should follow that code, we should not fly the blue or the red, back the blue or back the red, or any of those flags that have a depiction of the American flag that's been altered. All that being said, I'm confident that we can find an appropriate flag to honor first responders in the next 11 months, so that for the 20th anniversary of 9/11, we can show appropriate respect for all those that lost their lives in that tragedy.
You know, the other thing I would like to say too is that one way to honor our first responders is through flying a flag. But what I'd really like to do, and I've said this before, is when we get out of COVID, I would really like to have one hell of a party. I want to have a big cookout somewhere and invite all of our town employees, because we have to remember that these folks were going into all of our firefighters and police officers. Every time they went into a building, they could get infected and they could bring that home to their family. And I'm grateful. I know we're all grateful to them for what they've done, and all of our employees working under these extraordinary circumstances. So I think we can find a way to honor them before 9/11/21. And I would like the town manager to put something in the budget for a giant barbecue of some kind. So, Paul, you still have your hand raised. Maybe that's by mistake. Yeah, he's not showing. So does anyone want to make a motion, and we don't have to make a motion, to discuss and act on the flying of the Back the Blue flag? Okay, seeing that there's no motion, we can move on to the next item on the agenda. That is agenda item 17, to discuss and act on a flag policy. Councillor Breyer has proposed a flag policy. Did you want to address that?
Yes, so this would be along the lines of basically what we've discussed about not having a policy, not allowing council time to be taken up with whatever flag requests people want to put in whenever they want to put them in. This would establish that the only way a flag can be flown would be by a vote of the council. And the only way for the council to discuss it would be if it's brought to the council by a member of the council or the town manager. And so if there's a group from the public that has an event or a group or some other purpose to fly a flag, they would reach out to one or multiple members of the council or the town manager, discuss it with them, so at least it comes on the agenda with some support from the council, with a sponsor from the council, so that we don't get into a situation of long debate about a one flag request after another.
Okay. I should point out, for folks who can't see, that there is our solicitor has done some good research, and it's very clear that there is not some right of any group to have their flag flown. By us flying a particular flag, that does not create the right of someone else to fly their flag. So, if that were the case, we would not have put the BLM or any of the other flags up, because that would mean that someone who has kind of any abhorrent views could put their flag up. It's entirely up to the town to decide. We have the sole and absolute discretion to decide the content of any flag that's raised. So Councillor Breyer has suggested a policy. Does anyone want to be heard on that? Vice President Weymouth. Councillor Boyage.
What my colleague neglected to add is that he did, in his flag policy, he has suggested, I would remind people that during the month of February to raise the Pan-African flag. And I'm getting brain dead for one thing, but I would not agree to this voting in favor of this policy if that were included, because.
Okay. Councillor Boyage.
I think there's a lot to be said about this policy. I don't know if anyone saw it. Online today, there was a letter to the editor posted by the Barrington Times. It's from a resident who's a very good lawyer, but he was wrong on a lot of facts, which makes your conclusions wrong usually. But the takeaway is that if we turn the flagpole into a public forum, we end up exactly where you were talking about, Mike, which is that anyone can come along and say, I demand XYZ flag be flown. The way to solve that problem is to make clear that it is not a public forum. And I think this policy goes a long way to doing that. What I would suggest, instead of specifying any flags that we're going to fly, again, I'm particularly sensitive to this because I know I'm not going to be here in a couple of months, is that I wouldn't want to adopt a policy that says next June XYZ gets done. I think we should fly the pride flag. I think we should do it every year, but that's not going to be my call. So rather than specifying what flags fly, is adopt an ordinance that we can introduce next month that makes clear no resident has the right to fly a flag on the flagpole. And that by itself, I think, accomplishes what this policy is driving at, which is it's a decision for the council or the manager to make, however we divvy up that authority. I happen to think the manager can do it. Our charter says he's the CEO of the town. But regardless of the mechanics, what we're trying to do is make clear that this is government speech that we're engaging in. This is not a bulletin board where everyone can come and say, I want to hang XYZ up. And so I just suggest we do it by ordinance, and rather than specify any flags that we might put up, just leave that to the judgment of the people who make the decisions.
Okay. Councilor Hearn, did you want to be heard?
I was looking at the ordinance for Bristol and Warren, and I do like they have a piece in their ordinances that require signatures of like 250 people. So then you also then avoid the whole big confrontation in a meeting. You've got the signatures to go ahead with a particular flag. So it's sponsored by a council member with 200 signatures.
Okay. Councilor Breyer, you wanted to be heard as well.
To Vice President Weymouth's comment, I would be okay with removing the Pan-African flag in February, and to another point we've discussed, that can be left to a future council to decide whether and how to recognize Black History Month. But to Councilor Boyajian's point, when we passed our resolution celebrating and recognizing Pride Month, part of that resolution is to fly the Pride flag for the month of June annually. And it was specifically intended to be that way annually, so that it is not something that a group that has been historically marginalized and victimized having to organize and come back and request it year after year, that this is just something Barrington does. And so any policy we have, I think, needs to reflect that that flag will fly in the month of June, unless a specific decision is made to change it, and that community is given ample opportunity to discuss it.
No, and I'm not suggesting we're undoing anything we've already done, right? What I'm saying is that rather than adopt a policy that lays out what flags we're going to fly, why don't we pass an ordinance that says the flagpole is government speech, really, is what it amounts to, right? The flagpole is not a public forum. A person can't come. And the real, let me give you the analogy. It came from a case where there was a town that had flagpoles in a park that were open to any member of the public to fly the flag of a foreign country. And I think they put up it was essentially the Viet Cong flag, which of course, sent people up the wall. Now, it happened to be a community of Vietnamese people that had come from, communist Vietnam. And so to them, they're saying that's our home flag. They didn't view it as anything offensive. Essentially, the town got stuck with a flag they didn't like because they said people can come and raise their own flags here, right? So all I'm saying is that rather than adopt a policy that says here are flags that we will fly, all we really need to prevent the quagmire is an ordinance that says the flagpole is not the public forum, right? The flagpole is the town's flagpole. And when a flag is flown there, that's the government speaking. And I think that avoids, looking back at the policy, that's effectively what we're shooting at with the case law you've cited there, which is that this is government speech. We're free to do it, and it doesn't compel us to give equal time to any crackpot view that someone might bring to us.
Right. Paul, I will get to you. I just wanted to let the council talk on this. Anything else from the council for now? I mean, obviously not cutting off discussion. Paul Docinos wanted to be heard on this. We can unmute Paul. Okay, there you go.
John, I actually have a little presentation, if I can share my screen.
I don't know that we can do that. Do you want to just take us through it?
Well, if the host wants to let me do it, it's only 6 slides, so. Okay, only host. Okay, I got you. All right, yeah, it does sound like earlier I was able to do it in practice. All right. Basically, my first slide has a picture of the town hall. Probably was taken in the 70s or so. But what it shows is the flagpole in its original position. Around 2005, the flagpole was moved to its current location to be co-located with the Veterans Memorial. So it's just to give you a little history on that. One of the things that I want to state right up front with Barrington, our official position of the United Veterans Council is that we believe all Black lives matter. And this includes and is not limited to victims of police brutality, victims of gang violence and crime, the lives of law enforcement and first responders, and also the lives of members of the military. And some would even go so far as to say the born and unborn. But that is not our official position. But those are the, that we respect the lives and think all Black lives matter. What we do not support are organizations that support lawlessness and rioting, those that excuse looting and others looting and also committing crimes against other people's personal or property. We don't support organizations that engage in violence to intimidate and silence dissenting opinions. We don't support organizations that advocate for revolution based on extreme left-wing or right-wing ideologies. Overall, the UVC's sole purpose is what we want to do is protect the dignity of our Veterans Memorial by ensuring that no private or political banners are flown under the American flag at that location. The next slide that I have that you're not going to get to watch is that many Barrington veterans served to defend this nation against the global spread of communism, and some of them even made the supreme sacrifice. Let's just say their names. In the Korean War, John K. Burroughs, William E. Carpenter III, Gerald L. McMahon. The Vietnam War, Victor P. Andriozzi, Robert M. Donovan, Arthur F. McQuaid Jr., Gary L. Stevenson, and even Grenada, Jeffrey R. Sharver. And when their bodies, some of them didn't come back, in the case of John Burroughs, a World War II veteran and a Korean War veteran, was captured and ended up dying of malnutrition in a North Korean POW camp. But when the others' bodies came back, an American flag was draped over their coffin, and it was an American flag that was presented to their next of kin. It wasn't a Pan-American. It wasn't a Black Lives Matter. It wasn't any rainbow flag. It wasn't, whatever it is, a Tea Party flag. It wasn't the United Nations flag. So that, I think for us, this is important. We look at ourselves as veterans as the guardian of the flag. It is the flag we wear on our shoulders when we go to combat. It's the flag that we know will be draped over us when we return. And we don't think it's appropriate. And I think we've just witnessed this and experienced this over the last couple hours. We've just discussed about what flags should or shouldn't be flown and why they should be flown and what configuration, whether they're a semblance of an American flag modified or any of those matters. I think we want to keep it clean. We want to keep it simple. And I think the easiest and the best solution is the proposed language I gave. The next slide I have, which you won't get to see, I have a whole bunch of different flags. And then The question is, how do we, or who should decide which banners are symbols of liberty, civil rights, pride, heritage, or hate? I mean, I think that's a fundamental thing, because for one person, we've seen some very emotional feelings about what a particular flag represents and doesn't represent. You even expressed it, Mike, about the American flag at one time, that somehow that people looked at it because it was carried by torch-wielding, Nazis, that somehow that disparaged the flag. But I think that's the one flag, that's the one banner that represents all of us, all of these groups, and is inclusive to everyone, and that we don't need to add secondary banners to illuminate that fact. There is one flag, and that's the one flag that we pledge our allegiance to, the one flag for the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and for justice for all. And that's the American flag. And the language I chose is the identical language that was adopted by the Barrington Town Council, and that's the one that we propose. Most of the stuff is boilerplate right out of the Title IV U.S. Code for flag etiquette, with the addition of the last paragraph being the flagpoles located in front of the town hall and those located on any municipality-owned building or property shall only fly the United States flag, the flag of the state of Rhode Island, the POW flag, which is specified under law, federal law, and the flag of the town of Barrington. And I think that keeps it clean, that keeps politics out of it. We've had enough divisiveness. We've seen it in this meeting. People are trying to pull us in all directions, divide us as a nation. Why can't we rally around the one symbol that represents all of us? That's the American flag, and let's not sully it or water it down or split it by trying to, placate the masses. And I think we do have a diversity problem in our town. We really do have a diversity town. And it's not the diversity that you think about. The diversity problem that we have in our town is a diversity of thought. If you just even look at the membership of your board, are there any representatives from the opposing party? What we've done is, I feel in some degree, we've descended down into some sort of mob rule. I don't even recognize this town that I moved into 16 years ago and put my kids through the school system. And during those 16 years, I've never witnessed any systemic racism. And I don't think that label is befitting. Yeah, sure, Barrington gets a bad rep. Yeah, okay, people are snobby or elitist or whatever it is that people want to say, but we all came to this town for the same reasons. And we all raised our kids in this town, and we're all proud of this town. And we don't need outside groups coming in and dividing us against each other. A nation divided will fall. So that's pretty much, I'm glad I waited to get my 2 cents in, but I hope that the town, we're giving you an out. This is an appropriate thing, and I think it answers and ends a lot of other debates in the future. If the town wants to erect another pole or another location for which they can have ceremonial banners placed for certain holidays, that's fine. We just think it has no place in sharing the pole where the United States flag is over the Veterans Memorial at our town hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Silverbuck. We unmute her, please.
I just have a quick question for Paul. Well, I appreciate his remarks, but just please bear with me. It's late. We are all brain dead at this point, and I'm just trying to understand, how would you experience systemic racism when you are a white male in Barrington? And 2, could you just be more specific about the others coming into town trying to separate us? I just want to make sure that I'm clearly understanding your statements and making sense of what you're saying so we can all come to an agreement.
Paul, you don't have to answer that. It is getting really late. I think one of the things that we should recognize is that the discussions we've had tonight are not about a flag. It's not really about a flag. And so I don't think every time we talk about a flag, if somebody comes up and says, I'd like you to fly the nurses' flag, it's not going to be about this. This is a discussion about race. And this is what we mean when we say it's uncomfortable. This is the discomfort that you're supposed to feel when you're addressing these issues. Councilor Breyer.
I appreciate, first and foremost, Mr. Delkinos, your service to country. And I too feel, as you do, that the United States flag represents me. It speaks to me. I'm passionate about the Stars and Stripes. It doesn't speak to everybody that same way. And that's what we're discussing now, is that while you want it to represent everybody, and that's what it should aspire to, it is not yet representing everybody. And sometimes to send that message of unity, we need to speak a little bit louder to certain groups. And that's the reason why we've done it in the past. That's the reason why I expect we would do it in the future. And that's also the reason why the U.S. flag code permits it to be done.
Thank you, Councilor Breyer. So we've talked about the flag policy. Do we want to vote on the flag policy? Or I got the sense that Councilor Breyer was in favor of Councilor Boyajian's suggestion of putting in an ordinance. Is that, or would you like us to vote on this?
I don't think we need a policy between now and next week. I'm curious to see what the ordinance will look like. If we can have that for introduction in October, I'm fine not making a motion to move on this.
Okay. All right. So it doesn't look like we're going to have a motion on this. Paul, would you like to be heard? You can unmute, Paul. Can we unmute Paul, please?
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, I think that I've had the honor and the privilege to serve in the most diverse organization in the free world, and that's the United States military. And we stand shoulder to shoulder with people and men, women of all races, creeds, and ethnic groups, and we all bleed red, and all of us would give our lives for each other in combat. So I am a little taken affront that my background or my skin color or that of my family's, I'm still entitled to an opinion, and it doesn't minimize my opinion at all because of my gender or the color of my skin. That would be racist on face value. I think that it is for us, for veterans, and I can speak for all the men in this room, and many of them had to leave because this thing dragged on a lot longer. I have one that's waiting here because he's got the keys to the Legion Hall. That the flag, it is the flag. It is to us. It's not about race in this particular case. And if you're so concerned about not offending others, then at least give some deference to your veteran community who stood by this town and have gone to war and fought and died for this town. And for you to have the freedoms to fly whatever flag you'd like. And to see political statements made above a veterans memorial to somehow detract away from the one flag that unifies all is sort of like a stab in the back. It really is. And a lot of our veterans feel very strongly about this and are very emotional over this subject. And I would just think that we're offering you an alternative. I think there are other ways that people can express their First Amendments. We encourage everybody to express their First Amendment. We don't think it's fitting as a public statement endorsed by the government that's supposed to represent all of the people of this community. I think we should keep politics out of this if this is one thing we can do, and that we should adopt a flag neutral policy that we recommend and only fly the official flags This is the same policy that Secretary of Defense Esper just recently passed in order to make sure that hate flags are not flown on DoD installations across the globe. And I think this is in keeping, would be a smart decision as well. Like I said, if you want to put up another flagpole at another location to use for other causes or commemorate, or maybe even add another flagpole to fly that, but it should not be flown on the same flagpole as the United flag, and that's our position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike, could I jump in here for a second?
Sure.
And this is Jim Cunha, citizen. I am also a veteran. And after the conversation tonight, I am more and more convinced that flying the Black Matters flag, Black Lives Matter flag, is the right thing to do. We don't fly it above our American flag. The stars and stripes are always going to be number one. But we as veterans, me as a veteran, and everyone that wears a uniform defends the principles of our country. And the principles of our country are that all men and women are created equal. And that flag that we're flying below the American flag is saying exactly that. So it isn't in opposition, it's in support of. And I think it's the right way to go.
Thank you, Jim. Catherine would like to be heard. I don't know if that's Catherine Quinn or...
Hi. Yeah, it's Catherine Quinn. I tried to change my name on the thing, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. I'm going to take up much time. And actually, Jim, you just said I didn't want to speak for you, but I thought maybe you weren't allowed to speak as a citizen because you're like an official. And I just was going to say that as a member of our community who has dealt with you on many occasions and is very committed to this this subject, this cause, and very active and outspoken and probably quite offensive to many. I have just really enjoyed watching your response to what's going on in our town and in our country. And I had so much respect for your decision to fly that flag, whether or not I agreed with it or whether or not the protocol you took was, what everybody wanted. And I was just going to say that I'm pretty sure you're a veteran, right? I think you're a veteran, and I appreciate the service that you gave our country. And I also appreciate your service as an official of our town, somebody who is hearing what people are saying, and it's obviously very emotional for everybody, for all sides. And one of the things that I've heard tonight, and that has been like not the highest level, in my opinion, of our town is that people are taking personality and emotion and it's all elevated. And I think Amy said it in the beginning, principles over personality. And I feel that this conversation has been very, very personally barbed. And that in reality, we are mostly seeking the same thing in our town. And I think that one of the things that I've enjoyed watching you, Jim, is that you've taken a lot of crap from me even, and you just evaluate the situation and learn and grow and come from your heart. And so I just wanted to say that I really appreciate that. I respect that a lot. And I hope that our town can stop feeling that when someone offers a different suggestion or suggests that they don't approve of something entirely, that they're saying that they're attacking people. That's not what's happening here. What we're trying to do is grow as a community. And I feel like I just wanted to give you a lot of credit and a lot of thanks for being a power of example, really. So that's it.
Thank you. So we have other folks who've got their hands raised, but folks, it's really late. I think I have to ask you to maybe send thank you. I'm trying to get through the rest of this agenda. So we will not have a motion on the flag policy. We're going to talk about that at our next meeting. through the introduction of an ordinance. We can move on to the next item. That's to discuss and act on resolutions. We have taken care of the resolution to honor Mark Stevens. There's also a resolution of the town council relating to state assistance for the town during COVID-19 emergency. Does any member of the council have anything they want to say on that matter? Does any member of the council want to make a motion? I will make a motion to pass the resolution relating to adopt a resolution of the town council relating to state assistance during the COVID-19 emergency as presented. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Councilor Breyer seconds that. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilor Boyajian.
Nay.
Councilor Breyer.
Aye.
Councilor Hearn.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. The matter passes 4-1. Next item is to adopt a resolution urging the state of Rhode Island to allocate at least 10% of its it says 1.5 million in the motion, but it's really 1.25 million in
Billion.
1.25 billion. That's right. That's with a big B. In Federal CARES Act funds to establish a grant program for small businesses impacted by COVID-19. Does anyone on the council want to be heard on that?
Mr. President, there was a question earlier in the day about paragraphs 3 and 4. 98% of businesses in Rhode Island are small businesses, and over 52% of the Rhode Island workforce works in small businesses. I spoke with Liz Tanner, the director of the Department of Business Regulation today, and she validated those numbers.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Boyajian.
Yeah, I just didn't want to leave people confused why I'm voting nay on these two. And that is that I understand that municipalities and small businesses need money, and the state currently sits on $1.25 billion, but the state's checkbook is not near balanced. And that's going to come very clear when the legislature actually, gets elected and opens the books and says, okay, let's pass a budget. And I can't blame the governor for saying we can't be in the business of writing checks right now. They don't have the money. So it's not about the causes, not about whether small business is a good idea. I just don't think the money's there.
Okay. Anyone else on the council want to be heard on that? Okay, well, I will make a motion. I would suggest, first of all, no, it's fine. I'll leave it as is. There was an extraneous paragraph, but it's fine. I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution in support of urging the state of Rhode Island to allocate at least 10% of its $1.5 billion in Federal CARES Act funds to establish a grant program for small businesses impacted by COVID-19 as presented.
Second.
The motion's been made and seconded by Councilor Breyer. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilor Boyajian.
Nay.
Councilor Breyer.
Aye.
Councilor Hearn.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. The motion carries 4-1. Next item is to discuss and act on bids. The first one is a vehicle radio purchase. And is that, will you take us through that, Jim, or will it be?
Jerry's, he's awake still, so the chief is here.
Chief.
If we can unmute the fire chief.
Okay, I guess I'm unmuted now. This first bid is to replace 3 of our current radios. We're upgrading the technology. Currently, we have 3 radios in all of our vehicles, 800 megahertz, VHF, UHF. I don't want to get into it too deeply, but these radios are a single radio that will do the 3 frequencies that we use for our communication system. This is strictly upgrading technology. I happen to be looking for 3. That's why we're before the council. Otherwise, you would divide that 25,000 by 3. So individually, they wouldn't even come over to the council approval process. But because I'm buying 3 of them, we have to appear before the council.
Okay. Any questions for Chief?
I'll make a motion to award a bid to Motorola Solutions Incorporated in the amount of $25,429.02 for the purchase of 3 triple band mobile radios.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilor Boyajian.
Aye.
Councilor Breyer.
Aye.
Councilor Hearn.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. The motion carries. Next one, Chief, is for the fire chief's response vehicle.
That's correct. It's the vehicle I have now is 9 years old. It's over 80,000 miles on it. I recommended that we purchase a new vehicle and maintain the vehicle that I have now as an administrative vehicle in our department, and also make it available for the use of the new emergency management director assistant that we are in the process of hiring when that is required, not something they would take home or back and forth like that. It would certainly be by need, to attend certain meetings, or during an emergency, that person may need a vehicle. But it would also serve as an administrative vehicle. We have my car, one pickup truck, and that's it. We don't have an abundance of vehicles in the fire department. The other ones are all apparatus. So when I need to do, again, kind of an errand, they take a pickup truck. That actually puts our boat out of service, because that's the only vehicle that pulls our boat to launch, which we've been using quite a bit this summer. So it made it to me, it was prudent to just maintain that vehicle and keep it. We should certainly get some more mileage out of it. So I'm recommending that through MHQ Vehicles, which is a sole source vendor for this item, for the vehicle and the aftermarket equipment, which means the emergency lighting, et cetera, and its installation, that we award the bid to them.
Okay. Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to award a bid to MHQ Vehicles in the amount of $44,777.89 for the purchase of a 2021 Ford Explorer as the fire chief's response vehicle.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Boyajian. Any further discussion? Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilor Boyajian.
Aye.
Councilor Breyer.
Aye.
Councilor Hearn.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Chief. Next item on our agenda is to discuss and act on ordinances. And the first one is 2020-16, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance, Chapter 185 of the Town of Barrington, adding a third alternate member of the zoning board. I am opening the public hearing. The purpose of this is to make sure that we don't have to cancel meetings because we don't have a full quorum of the zoning board. It allows us to keep the business going with all of our volunteers. So I've opened the public hearing. Would anyone from the public like to be heard? Tom Craig, please.
Yes, Tom Craig, Preston Drive. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, and I think also on behalf of the board. This is something we have discussed. My files show an entry going back to 2018. Andy Teitz and I were in discussion at that point. It does make a real difference. In August, as Kate knows, we had 2 matters which had to be continued because we did not have a quorum of 5 people. The addition of an 8th person will give us extra leeway, and I think we'll avoid problems such as we've had in the past. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Anything further from the public? Anything from the council? Okay, seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing. Does someone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt 2020-16, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance, Chapter 185 of the Town of Barrington, adding third alternate member of zoning board as presented.
Second.
Nate, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Hearn. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councillor Boyajian.
Aye.
Councillor Breyer.
Aye.
Councillor Hearn.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. The motion passes. Next item is to adopt 2020-16, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance, Chapter 185 of the Town of Barrington. Oh, sorry. I am looking for the... Okay. This is 2020-17, an ordinance amendment to 148 Public Waters, Use and Protection, Article 7, Protection of Public Waters from Nutrient Pollution. I am opening the public hearing into that. Councillor Boyajian, do you want to just give a brief synopsis of this?
Yeah, so in short, what the ordinance does is it regulates the application of nitrogen and phosphorus fertilizers. It limits them to certain times of year, keeps people from applying them within 100 feet of the wetlands overlay district. It is an ordinance that's modeled on a similar one in Falmouth, Mass. They have slightly more resources for enforcement, so I think enforcement here is going to be an issue. Best I can say is that if at least the commercial operators were aware of it, and probably the golf course, they'll tend to comply. Right? They really have something at stake. I'm not sure that we'll ever catch a homeowner breaking this ordinance, but the long and the short of it is that the application of nitrogen and phosphorus too close to the wetlands is leading to eutrophication of the waters. We had a fish kill only a few weeks ago as a result of eutrophication. That was heat-based, not because of nutrients in the waters. And this is a step in the right direction to solve it. Not quite as comprehensive as things you'd see in like Florida, where they regulate all kinds of herbicides and pesticides at a local level. It looked to me that herbicides and pesticides were probably preempted because they're regulated by the state. So we're left with the fertilizers. I'll answer any questions, but I know it's late.
Question, Councillor Bryan.
So I had two questions and one possible suggestion. So the first question is section 148-39D. It says within 200 feet of what's the term of? It says within 100 feet of the protected watershed area, which is defined as being within 100 feet of public waterways or watershed. So
no, that's the within 100 feet of the wetlands overlay district.
Right. So a protected area is an area that's within 100 feet of the wetlands overlay district.
Right.
And this line says it can't be within 100 feet of that, which would then make it 200 feet.
200 feet, exactly.
Oh, so I just wanted to confirm that that's intentional, 200 feet total.
I mean, that's up to you. Falmouth did 100. And we used the wetlands overlay district because it was already known here. And then essentially modeled it on the Falmouth ordinance. If it was 100, it wouldn't bother me. 200 is better.
I'm not interested in changing it. I just wanted to make sure I was reading it correctly and that it wasn't accidentally 200. No. Okay. And then the other is I just want to be sure I'm understanding correctly that a golf course must comply with what are generally recommendations to everybody else for the most part.
Yeah, so the golf course it's a funny animal. The recommendations are mandatory within the area where they would not otherwise be allowed to fertilize, right? So they're given an exemption from the application of this ordinance, but the condition of that is they have to comply with the recommendations to apply any fertilizer in that area.
Okay. So then the I guess request or suggestion would be that for a first offense, to have a discretion to waive a fee, but that even if the fee or fine, sorry, to waive the fine, but that a second offense would still be the $300 fine. So not to push everything back and just start with a warning, but if this is somebody who happens to live within the area, they don't know about it, to not necessarily get slapped with a fine right away, but once you've done it once, there's no longer a reason to think that you shouldn't be fined at the level 2.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like I said, I think the real teeth of this is that a commercial operator is going to say, I can't as a general matter operate in violation of the law. Mm-hmm. So the fines themselves, I think, are not really terribly relevant. So yeah,
we could modify it by just changing shall to may, and that would give our municipal judge discretion to do that.
That's perfect.
Perfect.
Doesn't he have that discretion anyways, even if you leave it the way it's currently written? Probably a question for the solicitor.
No, as it's currently written with the word shall, there's no discretion. I would agree may would make it discretionary.
Okay, so Mary, we're talking about section 148-43A, and the word shall is in that first sentence, and if we could change that to may. Okay. Vice President Weymouth.
While I appreciate that discretion for, I'm glad that you're changing the language there, because I appreciate Jacob's attention to fining an unknowing or uneducated resident to this. I do think that, to Steve's earlier point, this is more directed to professional landscapers, and I really wouldn't want them to get away with something that they probably know about, but they're just trying to use up their old supply or whatever. So I am glad that you changed the language for that. But I also wanted just to tell you that this was run by through the Conservation Commission for their take on it. And while they absolutely supported it, I noticed that the members that were on this meeting, Zoom meeting, are no longer here. I don't know why, but I just wanted to reiterate that they approved of this.
Anyone else? Councilor Hearn.
What's our outreach been on this? Like, does the country club know this is coming? Are we the only ones in the state doing this?
We are the only ones in the state doing it, as far as I can tell. A member of the Conservation Commission reached out to, I forget the name of the committee at the country club, the grounds committee, basically, and informed them of it, and nothing. They also reached out to Ace Hardware to talk about whether we could encourage them to sort of push slow release fertilizers, because the big problem here is the fast release stuff, right?
Yeah.
The landscaper, they chuck it down in March so that they can mow the grass 3 times in a week. And they sort of pushed Ace, could you push the slow release products on your customers. They approached Ace to talk about whether they would be in support of a prohibition of selling the other products in town. I didn't personally like that idea. It makes Ace non-competitive with Home Depot or whoever. And Ace kind of pushed back on that. So we didn't incorporate anything like that. But so the answer is the country club was made aware, and the sellers of these products in town are aware.
I mean, we do have in Barrington a pretty robust lawn service, just from seeing the trucks parked on every road in Barrington. I completely stand for, pollution control and believe in it. I'm just wondering if, as being the single town in Rhode Island doing this, if we're not putting an unfair burden on our residents and making commerce more complicated with it. I mean, I'd love it to be a state initiative where, you know, these lawn care services are statewide. And I just don't know ultimately how you enforce it. And there's just so many of them out there. That's just my cautionary sentiment.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, are we ready to make a motion? Sunway.
Steve, go for it.
Oh, yeah.
Just trying to find the citation. I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance number 2020-17, an ordinance amendment to Chapter 148, Public Waters, Use and Protection of, Article 7, Protection of Public Waters from Nutrient Pollution, as amended.
A second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilor Boyajian?
Aye.
Councilor Breyer?
Aye.
Councilor Hearn?
No.
And I vote aye. The motion carries 4-1. Thank you for your hard work on this, Councilor Boyajian.
Joy, if I have 1 second, Joy, what I will do is I'll take this ordinance and I will share it with DEM and CRMC and see if maybe they may want to take a look at implementing something similar. And we're also going to have to try and figure out how we can get word out to the Landscapers Association or whoever so that some of the small landscaping companies will be aware of it, as well as the country club.
Next item on the agenda is 2020-19, renewal of the declaration of emergency. I am opening the public hearing into that. Would anyone from the public like to be heard on this? We have some diehards online here, but I see no one raising their hand or otherwise gesturing. Anyone from the council want to be heard on this? Councilor Breyer.
Yes, same question that I asked last month. Do you foresee any upcoming changes to the current executive order that either we have or haven't considered yet?
I think the only changes right now, I've got an inquiry in with the Department of Health about outdoor basketball courts. They're still recommending they're closed. Most municipalities have opened them. And I think that's kind of the way we're leaning, but I'd like to get their okay first. And the only other changes might be if the governor has any changes, I would duplicate it in our emergency declaration just so it gets better publicized.
Okay.
And then the unknown.
Anyone else? Any other questions from the council? Okay. I will make a motion to adopt 2020-15 renewal of declaration of emergency as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Breyer. Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilor Boyajian?
Aye.
Councilor Breyer?
Aye.
Councilor Hearn?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. That motion carries. The next agenda item is to set the agenda for the next meeting. Can I suggest that we just send emails if you've got something you want to add? The one agenda item that I guess the two agenda items that I wanted to include were to refer to Harbor Commission to work with refer the Harbor Commission to work with Barrington Police Department where we can have parking at the public access right-of-ways and also the ordinance relating to the flag. Anything else?
I'll resubmit a diversity committee.
Okay.
And I think there's a recommendation for a resolution similar to our hero in the fire for our mailman.
Okay, that's great. I like those. Okay.
Mike?
Yes.
I will have a proposal for a developed proposal for a listening project, and we'll be asking for your the council's approval.
Okay. So I've got the council, Kate's proposal on the listening project, the rights of way issue, the ordinance about the flag, the diversity committee, and then I thought there was one other thing. Did I miss one? Maybe not. Okay. Anything else, please feel free to send it over and we'll put it in there. Okay, can I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Vice President Weymouth, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilor Boyajian?
Aye.
Councilor Breyer?
Aye.
And Councilor Hearn?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. The motion carries. We are adjourned. Thank you all so much for staying so late. These are tough issues, and hopefully we can get through more quickly our next meeting. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.